Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio presents Michael Moorcock's Corum, narrated by Nanette Savard, with performances by Chris Genebach, Tim Getman, Bradley Smith, Thomas Keegan, Andy Clements, Danny Gavigan, Nora Ashrati, David Jordan, Lawrence Redmond, Chris Davenport, Karen Novak, Gregory Waddell, Christopher Graybill, and Elizabeth Jernigan. Book 5, The Oak and the Ram.
In those days, there were oceans of light, cities in the skies, and wild flying beasts of bronze. There were herds of crimson cattle that roared and were taller than castles. There were shrill viridian things that haunted bleak rivers. It was a time of gods, manifesting themselves upon our world in all her aspects. A time of giants who walked on water, of mindless sprites and misshapen creatures who could be summoned by an ill-considered thought, but driven away only on pain of some fearful sacrifice. It was a time of magics, phantasms, unstable nature, impossible events, insane paradoxes, dreams come true, dreams gone awry, of nightmares assuming reality. It was a rich time and a dark time, the time of the sword rulers, the time when the Vadach and the Nadrach, age-old enemies, were dying, the time when man, the slave of fear, was emerging, unaware that much of the terror he experienced was the result of nothing else but the fact that he himself had come into existence. It was one of many ironies connected with man, who in those days called his race Mabden. The Mabden lived brief lives and bred prodigiously. Within a few centuries, they rose to dominate the western continent on which they had evolved. Superstition stopped them from sending many of their ships towards Vadach and Nadrach lands for another century or two, but gradually they gained courage when no resistance was offered. They began to feel jealous of the older races. They began to feel malicious. The Vadach and the Nadrach were not aware of this. They had dwelt 1 million or more years upon the planet, which now at last seemed at rest. They knew of the Mabden, but considered them not greatly different from other beasts. Though continuing to indulge their traditional hatreds of one another, the Vadach and the Nadrach spent their long hours in considering abstractions, in the creation of works of art and the like. Rational, sophisticated, at one with themselves, these older races were unable to believe in the changes that had come. Thus, as it almost always is, they ignored the signs. There was no exchange of knowledge between the two ancient enemies, even though they had fought their last battle many centuries before. The Vadach lived in family groups occupying isolated castles scattered across a continent called by them Broan Vadach. There was scarcely any communication between these families, for the Vadach had long since lost the impulse to travel. The Nadrach lived in their cities built on the islands in the seas to the northwest of Broan Vadach. They also had little contact, even with their closest kin. Both races reckoned themselves invulnerable. Both were wrong. Upstart man was beginning to breed and spread like a pestilence across the world. This pestilence struck down the old races wherever it touched them, and it was not only death that man brought, but terror too. Willfully he made of the older world nothing but ruins and bones. Unwittingly, he brought psychic and supernatural disruption of a magnitude which even the great old gods failed to comprehend. And the great old gods began to know fear. And man, slave of fear, arrogant in his ignorance, continued his stumbling progress. He was blind to the huge disruptions aroused by his apparently petty ambitions. As well, man was deficient in sensitivity, had no awareness of the multitude of dimensions that filled the universe, each plane intersecting with several others. Not so the Vadach or the Nadrach, who had known what it was to move at will between the dimensions they termed the 5 planes. They had glimpsed and understood the nature of the many planes other than the 5 through which the earth moved. Therefore, it seemed a dreadful injustice that these wise races should perish at the hands of creatures who were still little more than animals. It was as if vultures feasted on and squabbled over the paralyzed body of the youthful poet, who could only stare at them with puzzled eyes as they slowly robbed him of an exquisite existence they would never appreciate, never know they were taking. It was unjust. By creating man, the universe had betrayed the old races, but it was a perpetual and familiar injustice. The sentient may perceive and love the universe, but the universe cannot perceive and love the sentient. The universe sees no distinction between the multitude of creatures and elements which comprise it. All are equal, none is favored. The universe, equipped with nothing but the materials and the power of creation, continues to create, something of this, something of that. It cannot control what it creates, and it cannot, it seems, be controlled by its creations, though a few might deceive themselves otherwise. Those who curse the workings of the universe curse that which is deaf. Those who strike out at those workings fight that which is inviolate. Those who shake their fists at blind stars. But this does not mean that there are some who will not try to do battle with and destroy the invulnerable. There will always be such beings, sometimes beings of great wisdom, who cannot bear to believe in an insouciant universe. Prince Coram Jailen Ersay was one of these. Perhaps the last of the Vadach race, he was sometimes known as the Prince in the Scarlet Robe. This chronicle concerns him. The first chronicle of his adventures, known as the Books of Coram, told how the Mabden followers of Earl Glanditha Cry killed Prince Coram's relatives, and thus taught Coram how to hate, how to kill, and how to desire vengeance. Glandith tortured Coram and took away his hand and eye. Coram was taken to the castle of the Margravine Ralina, a Mabden woman of the gentler folk of Lumanesh, where she and Coram fell in love. The sorcerer Shoal gave Coram the Hand of Queel and the Eye of Rune to replace his own missing organs. These jeweled and alien things were once the property of the 2 brother lost gods. Armed with these, Coram began his great quest, which was to take him against all 3 sword rulers, the Knight, the Queen, and the King of the Swords, the mighty Lords of Chaos. And Coram discovered much concerning these gods, the nature of reality, and the nature of his own identity. He learned that he was the champion eternal, that, in 1,000 other guises, in 1,000 other ages, it was his lot to struggle against those forces which attacked reason, logic, and justice, no matter what form they took. And, at long last, he was able to overwhelm, with the help of the lost god Queel, those forces, and banish all gods from his world. Peace came to Bro on Vadach. A great age dawned for the Mabden folk. They flourished. Coram and his mortal bride Ralina lived happily in Castle Aeron for some 70 years. Over time, visitors grew fewer and fewer as Coram of the Vadach people became more of a legend than a creature of ordinary flesh. They attributed magical powers to him. They told stories of him which they had once told of their previous gods. And then Ralina died, and Coram mourned for her. He was reluctant to travel in Mabden lands, for his image among that folk made him uncomfortable, and because he had grown used to Mabden ways and Mabden people, he could not find much pleasure in the company of his own race. Thus Coram grew lonelier still. After some 10 years thus, Coram heard voices in his dreams. The voices called him a god. Coram Lau Eraint, Coram of the Silver Hand. Coram denied the voices until Joria Conal advised him to heed their call. For Coram was the champion eternal, and it was his fate to fight in all the great wars involving the most crucial and profound events in mankind's destiny. So at last, Coram went riding on a red horse into the future to meet the folk of Cremcroich and to battle the horrible Foi Miore, also called the gods of Limbo, the cold folk, or the people of the pines. Coram found a world attacked by winter, a world fast freezing to death as the Foi Miore drew all heat from the land and poisoned whatever they conquered without thought for their own existence. King Monarch led Coram to his fortress at Caer Malad. Coram learned that only the Black Bull of Crinanus could drive off the Foi Miore, and only the spear Brionac, forged by the she-smith Gofannon, could summon the bull. Meanwhile, Coram was stirred by King Monarch's daughter, the fair Maeve. At Caer Malad, he began to hear strange, sweet harp music which disturbed him, though he did not know why. He soon found that this music seemed to follow him, even into his dreams. Coram embarked on a quest to the land of High Braesail. On his way, he met the old seeress, Yvain, who warned him that he should fear a harp, a brother, and beauty. He encountered the wizard Calatin, who loaned him his horn as protection against the Foi Miore's hounds of Keranos. At High Braesail, he found the giant Gofannon, who called himself a dwarf. He discovered that the Sidhe were a cousin race to the Varach, trapped on this plain long ago. Coram bargained Calatin's horn for the spear Brionac, which angered the wizard. Coram was forced to give Calatin his own scarlet name robe in order to pacify him. He then returned to Caer Malad as the Foi Miore attacked, led by Coram's old enemy, Prince Gaenor. Coram and Maeve used the spear Brionac to summon the Bull of Crinanus, who slew one of the crude, cruel Foi Miore and caused the others to flee. At the bull's command, Coram slew the Black Bull with the spear Brionac, and the land was made green again with the bull's blood. The bull and the spear were never again seen in mortal lands.
Coram, it has been 2 months since the Foi Miore tried to slay the inhabitants of Caer Malad. All of Caer Malad rejoices. You live together in love with my daughter, and still you brood. If it is upon Maeve's absence, I tell you, she shall return from her travels any day now.
No, King Monarch, it is not that. Truth be told, I think on the prophecy of Yvain the seeress. It will not leave me. It is my lot, I suppose, for the champion eternal. And the Foi Miore, the lost gods of Limbo, remain upon the earth.
Coram Gailanirse, who had been called the Prince in the Scarlet Robe, but was now known as Coram of the Silver Hand, stayed at Caer Malad for 2 months after the day when the Black Bull of Crinanus had run its fecund course and brought sudden spring to the land of the Tuatha Cremcroich, the people of the Mound. Caer Malad was an old fortress city of grey and bulky granite, a city without much beauty, but with considerable strength. It had been abandoned at least once and reoccupied in times of war. It was the only city that remained to the Tuatha Cremcroich. Once they had had several fairer cities, but these had been swept away by the ice which the Foi Miore brought. But now many of those who had occupied the fortress town had returned to rebuild their ruined farms and tend the crops which had been revitalized by the Black Bull's lifeblood. Only King Monarch, his warriors and retainers, his daughter Maeve, and Coram remained at Caer Malad.
Sometimes, King Monarch, I stand on the battlements and look towards the sea, towards the ruins of my old home, Castle Aeron, or Owen, as you call it. I stand there and wonder upon the spear Brionac, the Black Bull, and it seems to me that I dream, for I cannot explain how it was brought about. I dreamed the dream of your people, who called me from a dream.
Are you saying that you tire of this place in time, Coram? Do you wish you had not abandoned your own?
Do not mistake me, King Monarch. There is no question that my lot has improved since I left Castle Aeron. For the most part, I am content. I have dignity. I have been true to this folk, and true to myself. I have pride. I have fine companionship.
As do we.
I have the respect of my fellow warriors, despite my strange phallic looks.
Elfin looks, Maeve calls them.
And I have Maeve.
Coram smiled at the mention of her name. Maeve, with her thick red hair, her strong beauty, her intelligence, her laughter.
I know you love my daughter greatly.
I loved Rowlena for many years, King Manach, and when she died, I never thought to love again until I met Maeve. Now, my memories of Rowlena begin to grow dim. It is only with difficulty that I can remember the finer details of the life I once led in an earlier age than this, when I rode against the sword rulers. But in a short while, as I reckon time anyway, Maeve too will die.
Ah, I had not thought of such things.
I suppose if it is my weakness to fall in love with short-lived Mabden women, then I must reconcile myself to the knowledge that I must outlive many lovers, experience many losses, many agonies.
This weighs on your mind often.
Truthfully, King Manach, I try not to think much about it. As it is, I prefer to avoid the significance of such ideas whenever possible.
That is more like it. Let neither the past nor the future burden your thoughts tonight, Coram. At present, the Foimiori appear to have abandoned their ambitions of conquest.
It is not ambition that drives the Foimiori. They are stranded upon this plain, and true, they have no love for its inhabitants. But they do not fight for the joy of fighting. They are moved by primal desires, not by intelligence.
And they desire death.
They are already dying of long, drawn-out diseases, which will eventually rot them. They seek to freeze and to poison this place, so that it might too resemble the limbo from whence the Foimiori came, and to which they are unable to return.
The Foimiori were once many. Now they number only 6. Perhaps our people, and you, shall outlive them yet.
In the meantime, however, they make themselves as comfortable as possible upon the earth, turning the world into a bleak and perpetual Samhain, a midwinter world. And before they expire, they will casually destroy the entire Mabden race as well.
But very few of our people are in a mood to think about such a prospect at present, Coram. We have triumphed over the Foimiori once, and won our freedom. This summer is the richest and the hottest any can remember.
It is as if the sun, since it gives no warmth to the rest of the Mabden lands, pours all its power into this one small corner of the world.
The oaks are greener, the alders stronger, the ash and elms are the lushest they have ever been. The flowers grow everywhere in profusion. In the fields there's wheat ripening, where folk had never hoped to see another harvest. Some, as they sweat, even joke that they would welcome the return of the cold folk. They pant so much in the heat.
We still have the rivers which flow from the east, though. That water is cold. And now that water feeds the wide ditch which we have dug around Caer Malid, so no one need travel far.
Aye, but that water is our one reminder.
Reminder?
Whenever we bend to drink the cold, cold water pouring down from the rivers which flow from the east, then the Tuhanna Kremkroich remember that our countrymen are all dead, or vassals of the Foimiori, or both. We remember that our High King, the Archdruid Amergan, sits under a glamour, a prisoner in his own city at Caer Lud, which the Foimiori now use as their capital. You see, Coram, you're not alone in your brooding. Many of our people are made gloomy when they remember these things. They brood upon their incapacity to avenge their dead cousins, for the best they could do was to defend their own land against the cold folk. And even then, they could not have accomplished such a defense without the help of she magic and a demigod. So you can see why I do not wish that demigod to brood as well.
But sometimes Coram could not help but brood, and when he did, he would often call a bard to him to sing one of the old songs of the Tuhanna Kremkroich, for he found such songs to his taste. One song was attributed to the first Amergan, composed upon arriving in their new homeland. I am the ocean wave, I am the murmur of the surges, I am 7 battalions, I am a strong bull, I am an eagle on a rock, I am a ray of the sun, I am the most beautiful of herbs, I am a courageous wild boar, I am a salmon in the water, I am a lake upon a plain, I am a cunning artist, I am a gigantic sword-wielding champion, I can shift my shape like a god. In what direction shall we go? Shall we hold our council in the valley or on the mountain top? Where shall we make our home? What land is better than this island of the setting sun? Where shall we walk to and fro in peace and safety? Who can find you clear springs of water, as can I? Who can tell you the age of the moon, but I? Who can call the fish from the depths of the sea, as can I? Who can lure them near the shore, as can I? Who can change the shapes of the hills and the headlands as can I? I am a bard who is called upon by seafarers to prophesy. Javelins shall be wielded to avenge our wrongs. I prophesy victory. I end my song by prophesying all other good things. And then the bard would sing his own song as a kind of amplification of Amergin's. I have been in many shapes before I attained congenial form. I have been an arrow blade of a sword. I have been a drop in the air. I have been a shining star. I have been a word in a book. I have been a book in the beginning. I have been a light in a lantern 1.5 years. I have been a bridge for passing over 70 rivers. I have journeyed as an eagle. I have been a boat on the sea. I have been a director in a battle. I have been a sword in the hand. I have been a shield in a fight. I have been a string of a harp. I have been enchanted for 1 year in the foam of water. There is nothing in which I have not been. And in these old songs, Coram would hear echoes of his own fate, which Jaria Conal had explained to him. The fate to be eternally reborn, sometimes fully grown, as a warrior to fight in all the great battles of mortals, whether those mortals be Mabden, Vadach, or some other race. To fight for the freedom of mortals oppressed by gods, for all that many believed the gods created by mortals. In those songs he heard an expression of the dreams he sometimes had, where he was the whole universe and the universe was him, where he was contained by the universe and simultaneously contained it, and everything had an equal dignity, whether animate or inanimate, an equal value. Rock, tree, horse, or man, all were equal. This was the mystical belief of many of King Monarch's folk. A visitor from Coram's world might have seen this as primitive worship of nature, but Coram knew that it was much more than that. Many a farmer there was in the land of the Tuhana Kremkroich who would bow politely to a stone and murmur an apology before moving it from one place to another, and he would treat his earth, his ox, and his plough with as much courtesy as he would treat his father, his wife, or his friend. As a result, life among the Tuhana Kremkroich had a formal, dignified rhythm, which did not rob it of vitality or humour, or, on occasions, anger. And this was why Coram found pride in fighting the Foimiore, for the Foimiore threatened more than life. The Foimiore threatened the quiet dignity of this folk. Tolerant of their own foibles, their own vanities, their own follies, the Tuhana Kremkroich tolerated these qualities in others. It was ironical to Coram that his own race, the Varach, called she by this folk now, had at the end been possessed of a similar outlook, and had been robbed of it by the ancestors of this folk. He wondered if, in achieving such a noble way of life, a people became automatically vulnerable to destruction by those who had not achieved it. If so, it was an irony of cosmic proportions. And so Coram dismissed this line of reasoning, for he had become wary of cosmic proportions since his encounter with the sword rulers and his discovery of his own destiny.
Sire, your daughter has returned. She stables her horse as we speak.
See, Coram, you can dismiss your heavy thoughts. Let us greet her.
But sire, another rider also approaches Caer Malad at great speed.
Does Maeve's friend ride back with her from the Valley Lands, or has she been followed?
I think neither, sire. The rider approaches from the west, from the Shars.
What kind of rider? A warrior?
We cannot yet tell, sire, but whoever it is, rides alone.
I shall see to it, King Manach. Tell Maeve I shall be with her shortly.
They ran to the gate tower.
How far away is the rider?
Nearly to the base of the mound. It looks like an envoy, Prince Coram.
Why rides an envoy with such haste?
The envoy arrived on a steaming horse, which was wrenched to a skidding stop at the edge of the great water ditch surrounding the walls of Caer Malad. He pointed to the west.
I am King Fiach's man, coming to announce our king's arrival on your shores. Our ships have landed. King Fiacha begs the hospitality of his brother, King Manach.
Wait! We shall tell King Monarch!
Then hurry, guard, I beg of you, for we are anxious to seek the security of your walls. We have heard many tales of late concerning the dangers to be found abroad in your land.
While King Monarch was summoned, Coram remained in the gate tower, looking with polite curiosity at the envoy. He was clad in billowing pale green silk, silver breastplate and greaves, a silver battle cap, and a surcoat quartered in yellow, blue, white, and purple. Coram saw him and was astonished, for the envoy was dressed in style unlike anything he had seen before in this land. King Monarch was astonished for other reasons.
Fiacha, why comes he to Caer Malud? Envoy, King Fiacha knows that he is ever welcome in our town. But why journey you from the land of the Tuhanamananin? Are you attacked?
The envoy was still panting, at first managing only to shake his head.
Nay, sire. My master wishes to confer with you, and only recently we learned that Caer Malud had been freed of the Foy Mayor of Frost. Thus we set sail speedily, without the usual formalities. For this, King Fiacha wishes you to forgive him.
Tell King Fiacha there is nothing to forgive, unless it be the quality of our hospitality. We await him with pleasant anticipation.
Another nod, and the silk-clad knight forced his horse to ride towards the cliffs, his loose jerkin and surcoat flapping, his silver cap and horse furniture flashing as he disappeared into the distance.
Now King Fiacha comes a-visiting. He must have risked much to cross the water from the west. Prince Coram, you will like my old friend Fiacha, and at last we shall have news of how the folk of the western kingdoms fare. I had feared them conquered. Retainers, prepare rooms with great haste, and lay out a feast. Caer Malud must prepare to receive King Fiacha and his retinue.
King Monarch spread his arms,
I had feared them conquered.
and the great gates of Caer Malud were opened, and through the passage, which now led under the moat, came a great parade of knights, maidens, and squires, bearing banner-decked lances, with samite cloaks, with buckles and brooches of finely worked red gold, set with amethysts, turquoise, and mother-of-pearl, with round shields engraved and enamelled in complicated flowing designs, with silver-bound scabbards and gilded shoes. Tall, handsome women sat astride horses, with ribbons plaited in their manes and tails. The men, too, were tall and had long, thick moustaches of fiery red or warm yellow, their hair either flowing freely below their shoulders or bound in plaits or secured in bunches with little clasps of gold, brass, or gem-set iron. At the centre of this colourful party was a barrel-chested giant of a man with a bright red beard and piercing blue eyes and wind-browned cheeks, dressed in a long robe of red silk trimmed with the fur of the winter fox, and wearing no helmet, only an ancient iron circlet in which runes had been set in delicate curling gold. King Monarch's arms were still spread as he greeted his brother.
Welcome, old friend. Welcome, King Fiacha of the distant west, of the old green land of our forefathers.
I come in my usual style, you see, Monarch. In all my pomp, in all my bombastic majesty.
I see, and I am glad. Who would want a Fiacha otherwise? You bring colour and enchantment to Caer Malud. See, my people smile with pleasure. See their spirits rise. We shall feast tonight. We shall celebrate. You have brought joy to us, King Fiacha.
And I take pleasure in your words.
King Fiacha turned to regard Coram, who had stood back while the old friends greeted one another.
Ah, and this is your she-hero. Your name, hero, Kremkroik.
He placed a huge hand upon Coram's shoulder, looking deeply into Coram's face, and appeared to be satisfied.
I thank you, she, for what you did to help my brother King. I bring magic with me, and we shall talk together later of that. I bring a weighty matter also, Monarch, and that we must all discuss.
Maeve stepped forward.
Is that why you visit us, sire?
She was still in riding costume, in leather and white linen, her unbound red hair flowing down her back.
My daughter has just been visiting a friend in a valley some way distant. She arrived just before you, Fiacha.
It is the main reason, lovely Maeve.
King Fiacha bent to kiss the cheek she offered.
You are grown as beautiful as I predicted. Ah, my sister lives again in you.
In all ways.
There appeared to be a significance in King Monarch's words, which Coram failed to identify.
Your compliments are as huge as your vanity, uncle.
And Fiacha winked.
Ah, but they are as sincere.
Coram sat with all the others in the great hall of Caer Malud, at a single vast table.
You do not approve of my harpist, Prince Coram.
Tis not that. The music is just so unearthly. It reminds me of a harp I heard elsewhere.
It is is much like the music we heard coming from Castle Owen.
But it is not that harp. This is even sweeter.
Hounds ranged among the benches, nosing through reeds strewn upon the flagstones.
Ha! Looking for scraps, are you? Here.
Brands flared brightly, merrily, as if the laughter on all sides actually brightened the hall. Taking after their master, King Fiacha's knights and ladies sported with the men and women of Caer Malad, and many boasts were shouted, many improbable tales told. Coram sat between King Monarch and King Fiacha, and Maeve sat next to her uncle, all at the head of the great dining board. King Fiacha ate as lustily as he spoke, though Coram noticed that the king took little mead, and was by no means as drunk as his retainers. Neither did King Monarch drink overmuch, and Coram and Maeve followed his example.
If King Fiacha chooses not to get drunk, there must be a particularly good reason, for evidently he likes to drink.
The feasting went well, and slowly the hall emptied, as, usually in couples, the guests and residents of Caer Malad bowed good night and left. And soon there were only a few snoring squires sprawled along the table, a big knight of the Tuhana Mananan spread-eagled under the table, a warrior and a maiden of the Tuhana Crem Croich sprawled in each other's arms near the wall. Fiacha looked hard at King Monarch.
You're the last I have visited, old friend. I knew already what you would say. I fear I knew, too, what the others would say.
Say?
To my proposal.
You have been visiting other kings. All the other kings whose folk are still free.
King Fiacha nodded his great red head.
Al, I see that it is imperative we unite. Our only defense against the Foi Miora can be our unity. First, I went to the land south of my own, to the folk called Tuhana Anu. Secondly, I sailed north where dwell, among others, the Tuhana Tir Nambeo, a mountain people and fierce. Thirdly, I sailed down the coast and guested with King Daffin of the Tuhana Gwithane Garan here. Fourthly, I came to the Tuhana Crem Croich. 3 kings are cautious, thinking that to attract the attention of the Foi Miora will mean instant destruction to their lands. What does the 4th king say?
What does King Fiacha ask?
That all those who remain, 4 great peoples as far as I know, unite. We have some treasures, which the power of the Sidhe could put to use in our favor. We have great warriors. We have your example of defeating them. We should carry the attack to Craigdawn or Caer Lud, wherever the 6 remaining Foi Miori dwell. A large army, the remains of the free Mabden. What say you, King?
I say that I would agree. Who would not?
3 kings would not. Each king thinks himself safer by staying in his own land and saying nothing, doing nothing. And all 3 kings are afraid. They say that with Amerigan in the hands of the Foi Miora, there is no point in fighting. The elected High King is not dead, so a new one cannot be made. The Foi Miore knew this when they spared Amerigan's life.
It is not like your folk to let superstition bind them. Why do you not change this law and make a new High King?
It is not superstition. For one thing, all the kings must meet to elect the new High King. And I gather some are afraid to leave their own domain, lest those lands be attacked in their absence, or lest they are attacked while in other lands. An election of a High King takes many months. All the people must be consulted. All must hear the candidates and speak with them if they wish. Can we break such a law? If we do break our ancient laws, are our customs worth fighting for?
Make Coram your war leader. Unify the kingdoms under him.
That suggestion has been made. I made it. None would hear of it. Most of us have no reason to trust gods. Gods have betrayed us in the past. We prefer to have no part of them.
I am not a god.
Fiacha stroked his red beard.
You are modest. But you are a god. A demigod at very least. That is what I think, and I have met you. Imagine then what those kings who do not know you think. They have heard the tales by now, and those tales must have been greatly magnified by the time they reached them. For instance, I thought to meet a being at least 12 feet high.
King Fiacha smiled, for he was taller than Coram.
No. The only thing which would unite our folk would be the release of Amerigan and the restoration of his full senses.
What has become of Amerigan? I have never heard the details of the High King's fate.
Ah, yes. The Tuhana Crem Croich are reluctant to discuss them, I am sure. He is under a glamour.
An enchantment? What is its nature?
We are not sure. American is said to think of himself now as an animal. Some say he believes he is a goat, others a sheep, others a pig.
You see how clever are those who serve the Foy Miore? They keep our archdruid alive, but destroy his dignity.
And a gloom settles over all those who remain free. That has much to do with why our fellow kings will not fight, Monarch. They have no soul for it, with American crawling on all fours and eating grass.
King Monarch raised his hands. His old, strong face showed much grief.
Do not continue. Our own High King symbolizes all our pride.
Do not confuse the symbol with the reality, however. Much pride remains amongst the Mabden race.
Aye, it is true.
Nonetheless, our people will only unite under an American free from enchantment. American was so wise. Such a great man was American.
And a tear came to King Fiachar's blue eyes. He turned his head away from them.
Then American must be rescued. Should I find your king for you and bring him to the west?
What?
I do not speak impetuously, King Manak. From the beginning, I have considered this. Disguised, I might reach Caer Lud.
And when Fiachar looked back, he was not crying. He was grinning.
And I have the disguise.
I have been considering a decision which plainly you have also been considering, Fiachar. Perhaps for much longer.
You are a she.
Related to them, as I have discovered upon my last quest. We have looks in common, and I suppose certain powers. I fail to understand, though, why I should possess such powers.
Because I'll believe.
Maeve leaned towards Coram and touched his arm. The touch was like a kiss. He smiled tenderly at her.
Very well. Because I'll believe. However, you may call me she if it suits you, King Fiachar.
Then, Sir She, know this. In a land of the distant west, the land of my folk, the Duhana Mananan, came a year since a visitor. His name was Onrak.
Onrak of Caer Lud? In whose keeping?
The treasures of Lud, the she gifts? Aye, and Onrak lost them all from his chariot as he fled the Foy Miora and their vassals. Because the hounds of Keranos followed, he could not go back. So he lost them, all save one. And that treasure he brought across the water to the distant west, to the land of gentle mists and rain. And Onrak of Caer Lud was dying from his wounds, which were of great variety. Half of one hand had been gnawed by the hounds. An ear had been severed by a Golek flencher. Several knives had found his offal. Dying, he presented into my safekeeping the only treasure he had saved, though it had not saved him. He could not use it. Only a she can use it, though I do not understand why, save that it was originally a she gift, like most of Caer Lud's treasures, and must have worked for us once. And Onrak, doomed to die, believing that he had failed our race, brought news of Amerigan, the High King. At that time, Amerigan was still in the Great Tower, which stands by the river close to the center of Caer Lud. This tower has always been the home of the High King, but Amerigan was already under the glamour, which makes him believe himself a beast. And he was guarded by many Foy Miore vassals, some of whom came with the Foy Miore from their own realms, and others, the half-dead like the Golek, drawn from slain or captured Mabden. But guarded right well, my friends, if Onrak is to be believed, and not all the guards of human shape, I heard. But that is where, doubtless, American is.
I will need an excellent disguise.
I hope I can suggest one. Here's my chest where I asked it to be put, Brother Monarch.
King Monarch also rose, smoothing back his white hair. Coram remembered that not long since his hair had also had red in it, but that was before the Foy Miore had come. And King Monarch's beard was almost white now, too. Still, Monarch was a handsome man, standing almost as tall as broad-shouldered Fiachar, the gold collar of his kingship around his firm throat. King Monarch pointed to a corner behind their seats.
There, Brother Fiachar. There is the chest.
King Fiachar picked up the heavy chest by its golden handles. Then, from a pouch at his waist, he took some keys. He paused, his piercing blue eyes staring at Coram.
You are not a traitor, Coram. No.
I am not.
I trust a reformed traitor more than I trust myself.
But King Fiachar opened the chest in such a way that Coram could not see the contents. He reached into the chest.
There. The last of the treasures of Caer Lud.
Does Fiacha jest?
King Fiachar was displaying in both hands a rather tattered robe. A robe such as the poorest of peasants might be too fastidious to wear. A robe which was patched, torn, faded, so that it was impossible to tell the original colour. Holding it almost gingerly and yet tenderly, as if in awe of the old robe, King Fiachar offered it to Coram.
This is your disguise.
Did some hero wear it once?
Aye, a hero has worn it. According to our legends, during the first fights with the Foy Miora. It is often called just the mantle, but sometimes it is called Arianrad's cloak. So that strictly speaking, it is a heroine's mantle, for Arianrad was a female she, of great fame and much loved by the Mabden.
And so you treasure it, as well you might.
I know what you think. You come close to condescending to us, Sir Silverhand. Do you think King Fiacha a fool?
Far from it, but...
If you knew our legends, you would understand the power of that much-worn mantle. Arianrod used it for many great feats before she herself was slain by some Foy Miore, during the last great battle between the She and the Cold Folk. Some say she slew a whole army of Foy Miore single-handed while wearing that cloak.
It makes the wearer invulnerable.
Not exactly.
King Fiachar still proffered the mantle to Coram.
Well, you accept it, Prince Coram.
Gladly, I will accept a gift from your hand, King Fiacha.
Coram, remembering his manners, reached out and took the cloak gently in his fleshly hand and his hand of gleaming silver. And both hands vanished at the wrists, so that it seemed he was again crippled, though this time worse.
But I can feel my fleshly hand. I can feel the texture of the cloth with my fingers.
For all that the mantle has disappeared. It does work, then. I am glad you accepted it with hesitation, Sir She.
I begin to understand.
Coram drew his fleshly hand away from under the cloak, and there was his hand again.
A mantle of invisibility.
The same mantle used by Giffick to enter the bedchamber of Ban while her father slipped across the door. That mantle was much prized, even amongst the She.
I believe I know how it must work. It comes from another plane. Just as high bray sail is part of another world, so is this mantle. It shifts the wearer into another plane, just as the Vadak could once move from plane to plane and remain aware of activities on different planes.
I know not of what you speak, Coram,
Nor I, Manak.
but I believe we are too delighted to question you.
Since it was brought from the She plane, the cloak has no true existence here. Yet why will it not work for the Mabden?
It will not always work for She. There are some, Mabden or others, possessed of a sixth sense, which makes them aware of you, even when you are invisible to all others. Very few possess this sixth sense, so that you may wear the mantle without detection most of the time. However, someone whose sixth sense is well developed will see you, just as I see you now.
And this is the disguise I must use to go to the Tower of the High King.
Coram now handled the cloak with equally as much care and reverence as had King Fiachar, marvelling as its folds hid first one portion and then another of his anatomy.
Yes, it is a good disguise. There is none better.
He handed the mantle back to the king.
Best keep it safely in this chest until it is needed.
Coram sank back in his chair, his expression thoughtful.
Now, there is much to be planned.
The planning meant that it was late before Coram and Maeve left the Great Hall for bed.
You do not know how long I have looked forward to laying together with you, in our wide, low bed, looking out the windows at the summer moon.
As have I. Neither of us saw what this day would bring.
It was prophesied that Kremcroy should go upon 3 quests, face 3 great dangers, make 3 strong friendships.
Prophesied where?
In the old legends.
You have not mentioned this before.
There seemed no point. Legends are vague. You are not what the legends led us to expect, after all.
Well then, I begin the second quest tomorrow.
And you would be gone long from my side.
That is my fate, I fear. I came for duty, not for love, sweet Maeve. The love must be enjoyed, while it does not interfere with duty.
You could be killed, could you not? For all you're an elfin lord?
Aye, killed by sword or poison. I could even fall from my horse and break my neck.
Do not mock my fears, Coram.
I am sorry.
He looked into her lovely eyes.
I am sorry, Maeve.
Coram rode a red horse, such as he had ridden when he first came to Kremsmound. Its coat shone in the early morning sunshine. He wore all his ceremonial fighting gear, the ancient gear of the Vadach, He wore a shirt of blue samite, and his breeches were doeskin. He wore a peaked, conical silver helm with his runic name set into it. The runes were indecipherable to the Mabden, and he wore his byrnie, a layer of silver upon a layer of brass. He wore all save his scarlet robe, his name robe. For that he had traded to the wizard Calatin at the place he knew as Moidal's Mount. Upon the horse was a mantle of yellow velvet, and harness and saddle were of crimson leather with designs picked out in white. For weapons, Coram took a lance, an axe, a sword, and a dirk. The lance was tall, its shaft strengthened with gleaming brass, its head of polished iron. The axe was double-headed, plain, and long-hafted, also bound with bands of brass. The sword hung in a scabbard matching the horse's harness, and its hilt was dressed in leather, bound with fine gold and silver wire, with a heavy round pommel of bronze. The dirk had been made by the same craftsman, and matched the sword.
Oh, who can mistake you for anything but a demigod?
Prince Coram clutched his reins in his silver hand, and reached with his other hand to adjust the plain war-board which hung behind his saddle over one of the panniers containing, as well as his provisions, a tightly rolled fur cape, which he would need as he advanced into Foymiore lands. The other cape, the she-cloak, Arianrod's cloak, he had rolled and wrapped about his waist. Tucked into this were the gauntlets he would wear later, to protect one hand from the cold, and to disguise the other so that he would not be easily recognized by any enemy. Maeve tossed back her long red hair and leaned in to kiss his fleshly hand, looking up at him with eyes that were both proud and troubled.
Have care with your life, Coram. Preserve it if you can, for all of us will need you even when this quest is over.
I promise I shall not throw my life away. Life has become good for me, Maeve. But neither do I fear death at this moment.
Coram wiped the sweat from his forehead. All his gear made him hot beneath the sun, which was already blazing down, but he knew he would not be hot for long. He adjusted the embroidered eye patch over the blind socket. He touched her gently upon her brown arm.
I shall come back to you, Maeve. I promise.
Bring American to us, Prince Coram. Bring our High King with you.
Only if American is with me will I come back to Caer Malad. And if I cannot bring him, then I will make every effort to send him back to you, King Manach.
This is a great quest, this quest. Farewell, Coram.
Fiachar, the red-bearded, put a large, strong hand upon the Varrock's knee.
Farewell, Coram. Good luck in this.
Farewell, Coram.
It was with a calm mind that Coram rode from Caer Malad. Not once did he look back. Not once did he feel a pang of regret. Not once did he grieve or know fear or reluctance concerning his quest, for he knew that he fulfilled his destiny, and that he represented a great ideal, and he was at that moment content.
Such contentment is rare for one destined to take part in the eternal struggle.
Perhaps because he did not fight against his destiny this time, because he accepted his duty, he was rewarded with this peculiar peace of mind. He began to wonder if he would find peace only by accepting his fate. It would be a strange paradox, tranquility attained in strife. Coram rode across the gentle hills into the deep, cool forest, going east to Caer Lud, listening to the birds, the rush of the little shining streams over old rocks, the whisper of the oaks and the elms. By the evening, the sky had begun to grow grey, and heavy clouds could be seen in the horizon towards the east. In the weak light of false dawn, Coram pulled the heavy fur cloak around his shoulders and drew the hood over his helmeted head. Then he drove his fleshly hand deep into the fur-lined gauntlet he held ready, and covered his silver hand with the other gauntlet. He stamped out the remains of his fire, and looked this way and that across the landscape, his breath billowing white in the air. The sky was a hard, flat blue, the land was almost featureless, and the ground was dead black, with a coating of pale frost. Here and there, a stark, leafless tree stood out. In the distance was a line of snow-topped hills, as black as the ground. The only scent on the wind was the scent of the killing frost.
It is evident the cold folk have spent some time here. Perhaps this is where they camped before moving against Caer Malad.
Now Coram heard the sound he had thought he had heard before. This sound had caused him to spring up from his fire. He tried to disperse the smoke. He looked to the southeast. There was a place where the ground rose and obscured his view.
They're coming from beyond that rise.
The only hounds he might expect to hear in these parts were the devil hounds of Kerados. Corum's red horse was showing signs of nervousness. He shook his lance free from its scabbard on the saddle and lay it across his pommel. He leaned forward and patted his horse's neck to calm the beast.
Easy now.
He turned the horse towards the rise, ready to meet the danger. A single rider appeared first, just as the sun began to rise behind him. The sun's rays caught the rider's armor, and it flashed deep red. There was a naked sword in the rider's hand, and the sword also reflected the rays of the newly risen sun, so that for a second Corum could barely see. Then the armor turned to a fierce, burning blue, and Corum guessed the identity of the horseman.
Prince Gainer, the damned.
Corum urged his horse towards the rise across the hard, rimed earth. Suddenly, the hounds were stilled. The rider sat unmoving on his horse, but his armor changed color again, from blue to greenish yellow. Corum began to ascend the rise, approaching the rider, his lance ready.
Ah! I guessed so. It is you, Corum.
Good morning, Gainer. Will you joust?
Prince Gainer the Damned threw back his head, and his armor changed from yellow to blazing black as he swept his sword into its scabbard.
You know me, Corum. I am become wary. I do not have it in mind to make another journey into Limbo just yet. Here, at least, I have matters to occupy my time. There? Well, there is nothing at all there.
In Limbo?
Aye, in Limbo.
Join a noble cause, then. Fight for my cause. Thus you could win redemption.
Redemption? Oh, Corum, you are simple-minded indeed. Who would redeem me?
No one.
Then why do you speak of redemption?
You can redeem yourself. That is what I meant. I do not mean that you should placate the Lords of Law, if they still exist anywhere, or that you should bow to any authority save your own pride. I mean that there is within you, Prince Gainer the Damned, something which could save you from the hopelessness now consuming you. You know those whom you serve to be degenerate, destructive, lacking in greatness of spirit. Yet willfully you follow them, fulfill their ends for them, perpetrate great crimes and create monstrous miseries, spread evil, carry death. You know what you do, and you know too that for you such crimes bring further agony of spirit.
The armor changed from black to angry crimson. Prince Gainer's faceless helm turned to stare directly into the rising sun. His horse stirred, and he tightened his grip upon his reins.
Join my cause, Prince Gainer. I know that you respect it.
Law has rejected me. All that I once followed, all that I once respected, all that I once admired and sought to emulate, all have rejected Gainer. It is too late, you see, Prince Corum.
It is not too late! And you forget, Gainer, that I alone have looked upon that face you hide behind your helm. I have seen all your guises, all your dreams, all your secret desires, Gainer.
Aye, and that is why you must perish, Corum. That is why I cannot bear to know that you are alive.
Then fight. Fight now.
I would not dare do that. Not now that you have beaten me in combat once. I would not have you look upon all my faces again, Corum. No, you must die by other means than in single combat. The hounds!
Corum guessed what was in Gainer's mind. He aimed his lance directly at Gainer's featureless helm and rushed upon his ancient enemy. But Gainer wheeled his steed, thundering down the hill.
Waiting for breakfast, are you, hound?
And Gainer rode straight down the hill to where half a score of pale hounds squatted, their red tongues lolling, their yellow eyes glaring, their yellow fangs dripping yellow saliva, their long feathery tails curled along their shaggy backs. And all their bodies were a glowing leprous white, save for the tips of their ears, which were the colour of fresh-drawn blood. Some, the largest, were the size of small ponies, and now they were getting to their feet, panting and grinning. Corum spurred his horse to greater efforts, hoping to plunge through the dogs and reach Gainer before he escaped. He struck the pack with an impact which bowled several of the hounds over, and his lance skewered one directly through the skull, and both these things combined to slow Coram down as he tried to tug the lance from the dog he had slain. His horse lashed at the dogs with its iron-shod hoofs. Coram abandoned his grip upon his lance and swung his double-bladed war axe from his back, whirling it as he struck, first to his left and then to his right, cleaving the head from one dog and cracking the spine of another. Yellow fangs clashed on Coram's byrnie and ripped at his great fur cloak and tried to drag the whistling war axe from his hands. And Coram kicked his right foot free from his stirrup and drove his heel into the snout of one hound, while with his axe he smashed down a dog which had got a grip upon his horse's harness. The horse was tiring fast, and Coram realized that it could hold out against the hounds only a few moments more before it collapsed beneath him with its throat torn.
And there are still some 6 dogs to contend with.
A dog which sought to spring at him misjudged its distance. Coram sliced its rear legs from its body. The thing flopped to the ground near the one which still died from a broken spine.
5.
The dog with the broken spine dragged itself to where its comrade writhed and sank its fangs into the red exposed flanks, tearing hungrily at the flesh, taking a final meal before it expired. Coram got an impression of something black moving to the right of him.
Gainer's men coming in to finish me.
He tried a backswipe with the axe, but missed. The hounds of Theranos were regrouping, readying themselves for a more organized attack upon him.
I cannot fight both the hounds and the newcomers, whoever they are.
He looked for a gap in the ranks of the dogs through which he might gallop, but his horse stood now, its legs trembling, and he knew he could get nothing more from the beast. He transferred his axe to his silver hand and drew his sword.
I prefer to die attacking those hounds rather than fleeing from them.
And again something black swept past him. A fast-moving pony with a rider crouched low upon its back, a curved sword in each hand, slicing into the white backs so that they scattered in surprise, whereupon Coram selected one and rode after it, bearing down on it. It turned, going for his horse's throat, but Coram stabbed and took the creature in the chest. Its long, clawed paws scrabbled at the body of the skittering horse for a moment before it fell to the ground. And now only 3 hounds lived. They ran after the black speck of a rider who could still be seen in the distance, his armor changing color even as he rode. Coram immediately regretted his deep breath.
I had forgotten. The stink of the hounds is worse in death than in life.
He looked around him at the ruin of white fur and red vitals, at the gore which soaked the ground. And then he turned to look at the ally who had appeared to save his life. His ally grinned and sheathed first one curved sword and then another. He then adjusted a broad-brimmed hat upon his long hair. He took a bag which hung from his saddle pommel, and he opened it. From the bag crept a small black and white cat, which was unusual in that it had a pair of wings neatly folded along its back. Coram's ally grinned even more widely as he noted Coram's astonishment.
This situation is not new to me, at least. I am often in time to save some champion's life. It is my fate, just as it is the hero's fate to struggle forever in the great wars of history.
Jory O'Connell!
I sought you out at Caer Malad, having some intimation that I would be useful, but you had already gone. I followed as swiftly as I could, sensing that your life was in peril.
Jory O'Connell swept off his wide-brimmed hat and bowed in his saddle.
Greetings, Prince Coram.
Do you quest with me, Jory? Do you come with me to Caer Lud?
If the fates so will it, aye. How fare you, Coram, in this world?
Better than I thought. And better still now that you are here, Jory.
You know I might not be enabled to stay here.
I understood as much from our last conversation. And you? Have you had adventures on other planes since last we met?
One or two. I came to be involved in the strangest adventures concerning the nature of time. You'll recall the rune staff, which came to our aid during the episode concerning the Tower of Voilodian Gagnazdiak?
How could I forget?
Well, my adventures touched on the world most influenced by that peculiar stick. A manifestation of that eternal hero, of whom you yourself are a manifestation. He called himself Hawkmoon. If you think your tragedy is great, you would think it nothing when you heard the tragedy of Hawkmoon.
As Jory talked, the 2 old friends rode from the scene of the slaughter, and Jory told Coram the story of his adventures with Hawkmoon, who had gained a friend, lost a bride and 2 children, found himself inhabiting another's body, and spent what Coram considered a rather confusing time in a world which was not his own.
Ah, look. Still we follow in the tracks of Prince Gaynor the Damned. He appears to be riding hastily for Caerlude.
Then you should tell me more of your adventures. For Caerlude is still many, many days distant.
Aye.
Michael Moorcock's Coram is continued on the next CD.
Aye.
Jari O'Connell slapped his gloved hands together over a fire which seemed reluctant to burn.
The Foy Miore are fitting cousins to the Lords of Entropy, for they seem to seek the same ends. For all I know, the Foy Miore are what those lords have become. There are so many fluctuations these days, caused partially, I should say, by Baron Callan's foolish manipulation of time, partially as the result of the million spheres beginning to slide out of conjunction, though that will take a little while before it's fully accomplished. In the meantime, we live in times which are uncertain in more ways than one. The fate of sentient life itself sometimes seems to me to be at stake. Yet do I fear? No, I think not. I place no special value upon sentience. I'd as cheerfully become a tree.
Coram smiled as he set a pan upon the fire and began to lay strips of meat in the slowly boiling water.
Who's to say that trees are not sentient?
Well, then, a block of marble.
Again, we do not know.
I'll not play such children's games.
You misunderstand me. You have touched on a subject I have been considering only lately. You see, I too am beginning to realize that there is no special value to being, as it were, able to think. Indeed, one can see many disadvantages. The whole condition of mortals is created by their ability to analyze the universe, and their inability to understand it.
Some do not care. I, for one, am content to drift, to let whatever happens, happen without bothering to ask why it happens.
Indeed, I agree that it is an admirable feeling. But we are not all endowed with such feelings by nature. Some must cultivate those feelings. Others may never cultivate them, and they lead unhappy lives as a result. Yet does it matter if our lives are happy or unhappy? Should we place more value on joy than on sorrow? Is it not possible to see both as possessing the same value?
All I know is that most of us consider it better to be happy.
Yet we all achieve that happiness in a variety of ways. Some by cultivating carelessness, some by caring, some by service to themselves, and some by service to others. Currently, I find pleasure in serving others. The whole question of morality
is as nothing when one's stomach rumbles.
Jari peered into the pan.
Is that meat done, do you think, Coram?
I think I am becoming a bore.
It's nothing.
Jari fished pieces of meat from the pan and dropped them into his bowl. He set one piece aside to cool for the cat, which sat on his shoulder and rubbed its head against Jari's.
You have found a religion, that is all. What else can you expect in a Mabden dream?
After Coram, Jari, and Whiskers were sated, they continued their journey. They rode beside a frozen river, along a track now completely hidden by snow, climbing higher and higher into the hills. They rode past a house whose stone walls had been cracked open, as if by the blow of a gigantic hammer, and it was only when they were close did they see the white skulls peering from the windows, and the white hands gesturing in attitudes of terror. The bones shimmered in the pale sunshine.
Frozen. And cold it was, which doubtless cracked the stones.
Balar's work. He of the single deadly eye. I know him. I have fought him.
They went past the house and over the hill, and they found a town where the frozen corpses lay strewn about, and these still had flesh on them, and had plainly died before the cold had frozen them, and each male had been horribly desecrated.
The work of Goem, the only female of the Foy Miore still surviving. She has a taste for certain morsels of mortal flesh.
Jari O'Connell pointed ahead to where grey cloud boiled.
We are at the borders of the lands where the Foy Miore hold full sway. Shall we suffer so? Shall Bala or Goem find us?
It is possible, Jari.
You are most sober, old friend. Well, console yourself that if they do these things to us, we shall remain in a position of moral superiority.
It does console me.
And they led their horses out of the town and down a steep, snow-filled track, passing a cart full of the frozen bodies of children. doubtless sent to flee the place before the Foi Miore descended. And they entered a valley where the bodies of a whole army of warriors had been eaten by dogs, and here they found fresh tracks. The tracks of a single rider and 3 large hounds.
Gaynor also goes this way, a mere few hours ahead of us. Why does he dally now?
Perhaps he watches us. Perhaps he tries to guess the purpose of our quest. With such information, he can return to his masters and be welcomed.
If the Foi Miore welcome anyone, they do not recruit help as such. There are some, the resurrected dead among them, who have no choice but to follow them and do their work for them, for they are welcome nowhere else.
How do the Foi Miore resurrect the dead?
There is one of the 6 called Rannan, I believe. Rannan breathes cold breath into the mouths of the dead and brings them to life. He kisses the living and introduces them to death. And that is the legend. But few know of the Foi Miore. Even the Foi Miore hardly know what they do or why they are upon this plain. Once they were driven away by the Shi, who came from another plane themselves to help the people of Luminesh. But with the decline of the Shi, the Foi Miore's strength grew unchecked until they were able to return to the land and begin their conquerings. Their diseases must kill them soon. Few, I understand, will live for more than another 1,000 years. Then when the Foi Miore die, the whole of this world shall be dead.
It would seem that we could do with a few Shi allies.
The only one I know is called Gofanin, and he is weary of fighting. He accepts that the world is doomed, and that nothing he can do will avert that doom.
Jari feelingly looked about him.
He could be right.
Coram lifted his head, peering this way and that, his face troubled. He looked up into the hills from which they had come.
What is it?
Do you not hear it?
Who would play music here? Save a dirge. And it sounds as if it could be a dirge.
Aye, a dirge for me. I have heard the harp more than once since I came to this realm, Jari, and I have been told to fear a harp.
It is beautiful, however.
I have been told to fear beauty also. I still cannot find the source of the music.
Coram realized that he was trembling, and he controlled himself, urging his horse onward.
I have been told that I shall be slain by a brother.
You never told me you had a brother, Coram.
I do not.
Then what does it mean?
I know not.
Who told you such a thing? And this troubles you, does it not, Coram? I can tell it troubles you whether you say so or no. A brother. Could it mean a friend, do you think? Or perhaps another Vada? One that still manages to live in this time? Very well, then.
They rode for some miles in silence until they came out of the valley and looked upon a wide plain.
The plain of Craig Doan. That is all it can be. This is thought a holy place by the Mabden. We are more than halfway to Caer Lud now, I think.
And well into the lands of the Foi Miore.
Even as they watched, a blizzard swept suddenly over the great plain from east to west, leaving fresh snow sparkling as a woman might lay a fresh sheet upon a bed.
We'll leave good tracks in that.
Coram was marveling at the strange sight as the fast-moving blizzard moved away into the distance. Overhead, the sun was fully obscured by clouds. The clouds were agitated. They swirled restlessly all the time, changing shape swiftly.
I am reminded somewhat of the realm of chaos. And I have been told that such frozen landscapes as these are the ultimate landscapes of worlds where the lords of entropy are triumphant. This is what their wasteful variety achieves. But I speak of other worlds and other heroes, indeed of other dreams. Shall we risk the dangers of detection upon that plain, or shall we circle the plain and hope that we are not seen?
We cross the plain of Craig Doan, and if we are stopped and have time to speak, we shall say that we have come to offer our services to the Foi Miore, knowing that the Mabden cause is hopeless.
There seem few here of any intelligence, as I understand the meaning of intelligence. Will they give us that time to converse, do you think?
We must hope that there are more like Gaynor.
An odd thing to hope. Eh, Whiskers?
Apparently Whiskers does not understand its master's joke.
Ah!
Jari bowed to the wind.
I shall assume that the wind is showing its appreciation.
Coram clutched his fur robe to him. Though it had been ripped in several places by the hounds of Keranos, it was still serviceable.
Come, let us cross the plain of Craig Doan.
The snow was in constant movement beneath their horses' feet, eddying like an agitated river over rocks. The wind blew it this way and that, causing the snowdrifts to heave and fall and reform. The wind drove into their bones, so that sometimes they felt they would rather have cold steel in them than that wind. The wind sighed like a huntsman satisfied by his kill. The wind moaned like a satiated lover. The wind growled like a hungry beast. The wind shouted like a conqueror, and it hissed like a striking snake. It blew fresh snow from the sky. Their shoulders would be heaped with this snow until it was blown clear again and a new deposit laid in its place. The wind blew roads through the snow for them and then sealed them up again. The wind blew from the east and from the north and from the west and from the south. Sometimes it seemed that the wind blew from all directions at once, seeking to crush them as they pressed on across the plain of Craigdown. The wind built castles and it tore them down. The wind whispered promises and roared threats. The wind toyed with them. Then, through the swirl and confusion, Coram saw dark shapes ahead.
Warriors! Coram, our horses will be no help to us in this depth of snow.
Coram dismounted and sank to his knees in the stuff. Jari remained on horseback, however.
Fear not, Coram. They are not men. They are stones. They are the stones of Craigdown.
And Coram realized that he had misjudged the distance, that the objects were still some good distance ahead.
This is the holy place of the Mabden.
This is where they elect their high kings and hold their important ceremonies.
It is where they once did these things.
They approached the great stones.
Even the wind seems to show reverence for this great old place.
There were 7 circles in all, each circle containing another, until the center was reached, and the inner circle contained a large stone altar. Coram looked out from the center and down the hill.
I fancy these stone circles represent ripples upon a pool, planes of reality, representations of a geometry not wholly connected with earthly geometry. It is a holy place. It is.
Agreed. Certainly it touches upon something I cannot explain. Does it not remind you in some ways of Tanalorn?
Tanalorn? Perhaps. Is this their Tanalorn?
Geographically speaking, I think it might be. Tanalorn is not always a city. Sometimes it is a thing. Sometimes it is merely an idea. And this is the representation of an idea.
So primitive in its materials and the working of those materials, yet so subtle in its conception. What minds created Craigdown, I wonder?
Mabden minds, those you serve. This too is why they cannot bring themselves to unite against the Foi Miori. This was the center of their world. It reminded them of their faith and their dignity. Now that they can no longer come upon their 2 great yearly visits to Craigdown, their souls starve, and starving rob them of their strength of will.
We must find a means of giving Craigdown back to them then.
But first, give them their High King, he who possesses all the wisdom of those who spend whole weeks fasting and meditating at Craigdown's altar. Or so they say.
Jari leaned against one of the great stone pillars, as if embarrassed by having been caught uttering an approving word for the place.
Not that it is my affair. I mean, if...
Look, who comes? And he appears to come alone.
It was Gaynor. He had arrived at the outer circle of stones and seemed so small at that distance that he could only be identified by his armor, which, as usual, constantly changed color. He was not on horseback. He came walking through what was almost a tunnel made up of 7 great arches until he was within earshot.
Some would have it that this temple, this Craigdown, is a representation of the million spheres, of the various planes of existence. But I do not think the local people sophisticated enough to understand such matters, do you?
Sophistication is not always measured by an ability to forge good steel or build large cities, Prince Gaynor.
Indeed, no. I'm sure that you are right. I've known worlds where the complexity of the natives' thought was equaled only by the squalor of their living conditions.
The faceless helm turned to look up at the boiling sky. Coram's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword.
More snow coming, I'd say. What do you think?
Have you been here long, Prince Gaynor?
On the contrary, you seem to have preceded me. I've just arrived.
But you knew we should be here.
I guessed this was your destination.
Interesting. Gaynor is wrong. This is not our destination. But does Gaynor know a secret concerning Craigdown? A secret which might be to the advantage of the Mabden? This place seems to be free of wind. At least, it is freer than the plain itself. And no signs of the Foi Miori in Craigdown itself.
Of course not. That is why you sought its sanctuary. You hope to understand why the Foi Miori fear it. You think you can find a means of defeating them here. I knew that was your quest.
Coram restrained a secret smile.
Without realizing it, Gaynor has betrayed his masters. You are clever, Prince Gaynor.
Gaynor had come to a stop under an arch in the third circle. He moved no closer.
Your dogs fear this place too.
Aye, they are Foymiore dogs. Come with them from Limbo. Their instincts warn them against Craigdown. Only she and mortals, even mortals such as I, can come here. And I fear the place too, though I've little reason for my fears. The vortex cannot swallow Gaynor the Damned.
Coram restrained his impulse to ask Prince Gaynor further questions.
I cannot let him know that I had not, until just now, any hint of Craigdown's properties. Yet you too, Gaynor, are from Limbo. I cannot understand why the vortex does not claim you.
Limbo is not my natural home. I was banished there. Banished by you, Coram. Only those who came originally from Limbo need fear Craigdown. But what you think to gain from coming here, I know not. As naive as ever, Coram, you doubtless hoped that the Foymiore knew nothing of Craigdown and would follow you here. Well, my friend, I must tell you that my masters, while apparently stupid in some matters, have a proper regard for this place. They would not come an inch within the outer circle. Your journey has been for nothing. Only once were your She ancestors successful in luring their foes to this place. Only once did the Foymiore warriors find themselves engulfed and drawn back to Limbo. And that was many centuries ago. The remaining Foymiore are beast-like. They keep a safe distance from Craigdown, barely realizing why they do so.
They would not rather return to their own realm.
They do not understand that that is where they would go, and it is scarcely in the interest of those like me who do know to try to communicate this knowledge to them. I have no wish to be abandoned here without their protecting power.
So, my journey has been fruitless.
Aye. Moreover, I think it unlikely you'll return to Caer Malod alive. When I go back to Caer Lud, I shall tell them I've seen their she-foe. Then all the hounds will come. All the hounds, Coram. I suggest you remain here where you are safe. Stay in this sanctuary. There is nowhere else in this land that you can escape the Foymiore and the hounds of Keranos.
Coram pretended to miss Gaynor's meaning.
But we have food only for a while. We should starve here, Gaynor.
Possibly. On the other hand, I could come from time to time with food when it pleased me. You could live for years, Coram. You could experience something of what I felt when I enjoyed my banishment in Limbo.
So that is what you hope for. That is why you did not harry us on our way here.
As Jaria Conal began to descend the hill towards Prince Gaynor, curved blade in hand, Gaynor retreated slowly.
No, Jari! You cannot harm him, but he can slay you.
It will be pleasant. It will be pleasant to see you squabbling for the scraps I bring. It will be pleasant to see your friendship die as hunger grows. Perhaps I'll bring you a hound's corpse. One that you slew, Jaria Conal, eh? Would that be tasty? Or perhaps you will begin to find human flesh wholesome. Which one of you will first begin to desire to slay and eat the other?
This is an ignoble vengeance that you take, Gaynor.
It was an ignoble fate you sent me to, Coram. Besides, I do not claim nobility of spirit. That is your province, is it not? I will leave the dogs. I am sure you'll appreciate their company.
Coram watched Gaynor until he had reached the outer circle and climbed onto his horse.
It is as if the wind wishes to enter the 7 stone rings, but cannot.
Jari sheathed his scimitar and stalked back towards Coram.
So, Jari, we have gained something from the encounter. Craigdown is more than a holy place. It is a place of great power, an opening between the 15 planes, perhaps. Or even more. We were right to be reminded of Tanalon. But how is the gateway formed? What ritual opens it? Perhaps the High King will know.
Aye. We have, as you say, gained something, Coram, but we have lost something too. How are we to reach the High King now? Listen.
The hounds of Keranos are ranging about the outer stone circle.
If we ride from the sanctuary of Craigdown, the dogs will instantly be upon us.
Coram drew his fur cloak about him and squatted by the altar. while Jari O'Connell paced back and forth. The horses nervously pricked their ears for the hounds as evening settled upon the place of the 7 stone circles.
It seems to become even colder. Evening shall set in soon.
Craigdone's properties might protect us from the Foy Miore and the hounds, but they cannot protect us from the marrow-chilling cold.
Neither are there materials here from which we can build a fire. We took them before, Jari.
And neither you nor your horse looked the better for it. And that was first thing in the morning when both of you were fresh. I do not like our chances now, unless you have better weapons.
How I wish that I had brought my bow and my arrows upon this quest. But I do have.
Coram ran to his horse and retrieved his lance.
Coram, that is 1 lance.
Coram's only response was to drop the lance to the snowy ground so that he could search through one of the panniers containing provisions.
Perhaps you can kill 1 hound at most, but then you have lost your weapon. Unless you happen to have several weapons that you do not mind hurling away and losing.
I have something better.
Rope? Do you intend to harness all the hounds of Keranos?
We only need to harness the lance, Jari.
Impressive indeed.
Night came down. They stood between 2 of the great stone pillars of Craigdone and faced the prowling devil dogs of the Foy Miore. The hounds of Keranos were both fierce and wary, but they gave the stone circle wide clearance. Others of the dogs sat some distance off, barely visible against the wind-swirled snow which ruffled their shaggy coats.
From somewhere, Gaynor added 5 more hounds.
Coram narrowed his eyes and fixed them on the nearest dog. Then he drew back his arm, which held the long and heavy lance, shifted his feet a little to get the best balance, and hurled the weapon with all the force of his fear, his anger, and his desperation. The lance flew true, driving deep into the canine body, knocking the hound from its feet.
Now, Jari!
Jari O'Connell held the end of the rope and began to tug. Coram pulled too. The line had been securely attached to the lance, and the lance was buried deep in the dog's body, so that this too was dragged back into the sanctuary of the stone circle. The hound tried to snap at the shaft of the lance, but then it had been pulled under the arch, and it became suddenly supine as if it accepted its doom.
Hurrah!
Coram and Jari O'Connell were jubilant. Putting his booted foot on the carcass, Coram jerked his lance free, and they immediately ran back to the arch, selecting a fresh target. He struck a second hound in the throat, and instantly dragged the lance back. This time the lance came free from the corpse and bounced back through the snow to them.
Now there are 6 beasts left.
But they have become more wary. Oh, that I had my bow and arrows!
A hound came forward and sniffed at the corpse of its fellow. It nuzzled the throat, from where the fresh blood poured. It began to lap the blood with its long red tongue.
This 3rd hound shall pay dearly for its meal.
The lance sprang out again from between the tall columns and plunged into the hound's left flank. The hound whirled and tried to get free, fell writhing into the blood-flecked snow, rose again and wrenched itself away, leaving a large part of its flank on the head of the spear. It ran in circles for a while as its lifeblood gushed from it, and then, about 100 yards from the corpse it had only recently been feeding from, it flopped down. Feeling that they were at a safe distance from the deadly lance, its brother hounds moved in and began to feast off its still-living flesh. Coram and Jari ran to their horses and hastily mounted.
It is our one great advantage that the hounds of Keranos possess no moral sense concerning the eating of their fellows. It is their weakness, I think.
Then, while the hounds slavered around their feast, Coram and Jari O'Connell rode back through the 7 circles, past the carved stone altar at the center of the 1st circle, out again through the circles, until they were on the far side from the hounds.
The hounds have not yet guessed our plan. There are a few minutes in hand.
Digging their heels deep into the flanks of their horses, they galloped as fast as they could away from Craigdone, heading not for Caer Malad, as Gaynor would think they did, but for their original destination of Caer Lud.
With any luck, the wind will obscure our tracks and spread our scent in all directions.
Which would buy us time to reach Caer Lud and find a Mergen the Archdruid before Gaynor or the Foy Miore have any hint of our plan.
Gaynor had spoken the truth when he had told them that they could never reach Caer Malad with all the hounds of Keranos hunting for them. But when Gaynor found them gone, it was almost certain that for a while he would waste time riding in the wrong direction while his dogs cast for their scent. But Gaynor's jaundiced view of mortal character had worked this time to his disadvantage. He had reckoned without the quick thinking of Coram and Jari O'Connell, without their determination or their willingness to risk their lives for a cause. He had spent too long in the company of the weak, the greedy, and the decadent. Doubtless he preferred such company, since he shone in it. As he rode, Coram considered what he had learned from Gaynor the Damned. Did Craigdown still possess the properties Gaynor had described, or had they only worked for the Sidhe? Was Craigdown now only a shell, avoided by the Foy Miore out of superstition, rather than knowing respect for its powers? He hoped that there would come a time when he could discover the truth for himself. If Craigdown was still truly a place of power, there might be a way found to make use of it again. The pillars of Craigdown grew to black shadows in the distance, and then were obscured entirely by the swirling snow.
But now I must forget Craigdown. I must think ahead of Caer Lud and American under a glamour in his tower by the river, guarded both by men and things which are not men.
They were cold and they were hungry. The coats of their horses were rimed, and their own cloaks sparkled with frost.
I cannot feel my face anymore, Coram. It has been numbed by the cold wind.
So is mine. My body aches whenever I move.
As does mine.
But we have found Caer Lud.
From their perch upon a hill, they saw a wide frozen river. On both banks of the river, and connected by well-constructed wooden bridges, was the city of the High King. Pale granite, coated with snow, some of the buildings rising several stories. For this world, it was a large city, perhaps the largest, and must once have contained a population of 20 or 30,000. But now the city had the appearance of having been abandoned, for all that shapes could be seen moving through the mist which hung in its streets. The mist was everywhere. Thinner in some places, it clung to Caer Lud like a threadbare shroud.
I recognize that mist. It is Foy Miore mist.
You fear that mist?
I fear the primitive power of the surviving lords of Limbo.
Even as they watched, he saw a movement where the mist was thickest, close to the riverbank. He saw a suggestion of a dark, horned head, of a gigantic torso, which faintly resembled the body of a toad, of the outlines of a huge, creaking cart drawn by something as oddly formed as the rider. Then it had gone.
Keranos.
He who is master to the hounds?
And master of much more.
Jory took a large linen rag from under his jerkin.
I fear this weather affects my health badly. I would not mind coming to blows with some of those who created such weather.
We are not strong enough, you and I. We must wait. We must be as careful to avoid conflict with the Foy Miore as Gaynor is in avoiding direct conflict with me.
Coram peered through the mist and the eddying snow.
Caer Lud is not guarded.
Plainly they fear no attack from the mountain. Why should they?
That is to our advantage. Your face is blue with cold, Jari.
As is yours.
I think we'd both pass for living corpses if we entered Caer Lud now. If stopped, we shall announce that we are Foy Miore men. While it is impossible to reason either with the Foy Miore or their slaves because of their primitive mentalities, it also means that they are slow to recognize a deception. Come.
If Coram and Jory O'Connell had considered themselves cold, it was now as nothing to the totality of coldness in which they now found themselves. The mist seemed virtually sentient, eating into their flesh, their bones, and their vitals, so that they were hard put not to cry out and reveal their ordinary humanity. For Gaynor the Damned, for the Golech, the living dead, for the Brothers of the Pines like Hugh Argech, whom Coram had once fought, such cold doubtless meant little. But for mortals of the conventional mold, it meant a great deal. With set faces, they rode on, avoiding the worst of the mist as best they could, seeking the great tower by the river, where they hoped Amergin was still imprisoned. They said little as they rode, finding speech painful, and fearing to reveal their identities, for it was impossible to know who or what lurked on either side of them in the mist.
The horse has become sluggish, Coram. This dreadful mist affects them too.
There is a house just to the left of us which seems empty. See, the door is open. Ride directly through.
And he turned his own horse into the doorway and entered a narrow passage already occupied by an old woman and a girl child who were huddled together, frozen and dead. Coram led his horse into a room off the passage.
Well, the room appears to be untouched by looters.
A glaze of frost covered food on the table, which had been set for some 10 people. A few spears stood in a corner, and there were shields and swords against the wall.
The men of the house went to fight the Foy Miore.
And never returned for their meal.
The old woman and the girl in the hall most likely died beneath the influence of Balar's frightful eye.
And doubtless we will find the corpses of others, old or young, who did not join the battle against the Foy Miore when they first came to Caer Lud.
How desperately I wish to light a fire to warm my aching bones.
Aye, but you know it would be risking too much, Coram.
The living dead do not need fires to warm them, and neither do the people of the pines.
Jari O'Connell drew his cat from within his jerkin.
There will be clothing upstairs, perhaps blankets. I will see.
The small black and white cat was already climbing back inside Jari's jacket. Coram cautiously climbed a wooden staircase and found himself on a narrow landing. As he had guessed, there were others here. 2 very old men and 3 babies.
The old men died, trying to give their body heat to the children.
Coram entered a room and found a large cupboard full of blankets.
Stiff with cold, but not frozen through.
He dragged out as many as he could carry and took them back down the stairs.
You are truly a worthy hero to be a companion to, Coram.
Jari seized the blankets and began to drape them around his shoulders. Coram also draped their horses. As Jari huddled in a mound of blankets, Coram unwrapped something from his waist.
Coram, what is that nondescript mantle you've been carrying with you? I have long considered it, and find your choices of clothing most peculiar.
It is the gift of King Fiacha. It is a she-cloak. I have a plan. You will wait here with the horses, Jari, while I seek a mergen with the help of this.
Coram unfolded the mantle, wondering again as it hid his hands from his own sight. Jari stared.
Oh, I now consider it a very fine garment indeed.
Cautiously, Coram peered through a crack in the shuttered windows. Through the clinging mist, he saw shapes moving, many shapes. Some were on foot and some were mounted, but all were of the same greenish hue. The horses they rode were also of the same strange green color, and Coram recognized them.
It is the brothers to the pines. Strange creatures who were once men, but now have sap instead of blood in their veins. They draw their vitality not from meat and drink, but from the earth itself. They are the Foimiore's fiercest fighters, and their most intelligent slaves. And yet even these are doomed, when the Foimiore poison all the earth so that even the hardy trees can no longer live.
By that time, the Foimiore will no longer need their green warriors.
These are the creatures of whom I am most wary, with the exception of Gaynor himself, for they still retain much of their former intellect.
He motioned Jari to complete silence, and barely breathed as he watched the throng pass by.
That is a large army, and it has prepared itself for an expedition.
And it is leaving Caerlud, it seems.
But is it to make a further attack on Caer Malid, or do they march elsewhere?
And then, behind this army, swam a thicker mist. The mist thinned a fraction, and Coram saw the outline of lumbering, malformed beasts and a wicker chariot. He had to peer upward to see the faint outline of the one who rode in the chariot. He saw reddish fur, saw an 8-fingered hand, all gnarled and covered in warts, clutching what appeared to be a monstrous hammer, but the shoulders and the head were completely obscured. Coram wrapped the she-cloak about his body. It seemed to have been made for a much larger man, for its folds completely engulfed him. And then it seemed, to his astonishment, that he saw 2 rooms, as if his eyes were slightly out of focus, yet the rooms were subtly different. One was the room of death in which Jari sat huddled in his blankets, and one was light, airy, full of sunshine. And Coram understood then the properties of the she-cloak.
It has been a long time since I was able to shift my body from one plane to another.
Effectively, this was what the mantle had done for him. Like Hybrasail, it was not completely of this plane. It moved him sideways, as it were, through the dimensions separating one plane from another. Jari O'Connell peered in Coram's direction.
Coram, what has happened?
Why? Have I vanished?
No, but you have become a little shadowy, as if the mist thickens around you.
So the cloak does not work after all. I should have tested it before I left Caer Malid.
Perhaps it will deceive Mabden eyes, Coram. You forget that I am used to travelling between the realms, but those who cannot see, who have no knowledge such as we possess, perhaps they will not see you.
Well, we must hope so, Jari. For I must go seek the tower by the river now.
Go warily, Coram, Gaynor, and the Foimiore themselves. Many are not of this world at all. Some may see you clearly. Others may gain just an impression of your outline, but there is much danger in what you plan.
As Coram went through the open gateway and began to ascend the gently rising steps which led to the entrance of the tall granite tower, the Golech stood directly in Coram's path. He was big, barrel-chested, clad in leather, and in each white hand he held a cutlass. His red eyes glared, his bloodless lips curved in something which could have been a smile or a snarl.
I have met his kind before.
This was one of the Foi Miore's living dead vassals. Often they rode as huntsmen with the hounds of Keranos, for they were drawn from the ranks of those who had been foresters before the Foi Miore came.
This must be the test.
He stood less than a foot from the red-eyed Golech and assumed a martial position, one hand on his sword. But the Golech did not respond. He continued to stare through Coram.
He plainly cannot see me.
In some relief, his faith in the she-cloak restored, Coram passed around the Golech guard and continued until he reached the entrance to the tower itself. Here stood two more Golech, and they were as unaware of Coram's presence as their fellow. He was almost cheerful as he walked through and began to mount the curving stairway leading up into the heart of the tower. The tower was wide and roughly square in shape. The steps were old and worn, and the walls on both sides were either painted or carved with pictures of exceptionally beautiful workmanship. As with most Mabden art, they depicted famous deeds, great heroes, love stories, and the doings of gods and demigods. Yet they had a purity of conception, a beauty, which showed none of the darker aspects of superstition and religiosity. The metaphorical content of the old stories was completely understood by these Mabden, and appreciated for what it was. Here and there were the remains of tapestries which had been torn from the walls. Frost-coated, mist-rotted as they were, it was possible to see that they had been of immeasurable value, worked in gold and silver thread, as well as rich scarlets, yellows, and blues.
What destruction the Foi Miore and their minions have wrought.
He reached the first story of the tower and found himself on a wide stone-flagged landing, almost a room in itself, with benches lined along the walls and decorative shields set above them.
That will do nicely, thank you.
Confident now in the powers of his cloak, he approached the half-open door and to his surprise felt warmth issuing from it. He was grateful for the warmth, but puzzled too. Becoming more cautious, he peered round the door and was shocked. Two figures sat beside a big fire which had been built in the stone hearth. Both were swathed in layers of thick white fur. Both wore fur gauntlets.
Both have no business being in Caer Lud at all.
On the other side of the room, food was being set out by a girl who had the same white flesh and red eyes of the Golech guards, and was doubtless, like them, one of the living dead.
So they are obviously not in Caer Lud illicitly. They are guests with servants put at their disposal.
One of these guests of the Foi Miore was a tall, slender Mabden with jeweled rings on his gloved hands and a jeweled golden collar at his throat. His long hair and his long beard were both grey, framing a handsome old face. And worn by a thong passed over his head so that it rested upon his chest was a horn. It was a long horn, and there were bands of silver and gold around it. Coram knew that every one of those bands represented a different forest beast. The Mabden was the one he had met near Moidal's Mount, and with whom he had traded a cloak in exchange for the horn which the Mabden had apparently recovered.
Calatin.
It was the wizard who planned secret plans which had nothing to do with loyalty either to his Mabden countrymen or their Foi Miore enemies, or so Coram had thought. But still more shocking to Coram was the sight of the wizard's companion.
He swore he would never involve himself in the affairs of the world.
And this man must truly be a renegade, for it was the one who was self-called a dwarf, yet was 8 feet tall and at least 4 feet broad at the shoulder, who had the fine, sensitive features which marked him as a cousin to the Vardak, for all but much of those features were covered in black hair. There was a glimpse of an iron breastplate beneath his many furs. There were polished iron greaves with gold inlays on his legs, and he wore an iron-polished helmet of similar workmanship. Beside him stood his huge double-bladed war axe, not unlike Coram's axe, but much larger. This was Gofanon, the she-smith of Hybrasail, who had given Coram the spear Brionac and the bag of spittle which Calatin had wanted.
How could Gofanon possibly ally himself with the Foi Miore, let alone the wizard Calatin? Did he deceive me? Was he in league with the Foi Miore and Calatin all along? Yet if so, why did he give me the spear Brionac?
Now, as if he sensed Coram's presence, Gofanon slowly began to turn his head towards the door, And Coram withdrew hastily behind the door, not sure if the she would be able to see him. There was something strange about Gofanan's face, something dull and tragic, but Coram had not had enough time to study the expression closely enough to be able to analyze it. With heavy heart, horrified by Gofanan's treachery, though not overly surprised by Calatin's decision to league himself with the Foy Maore, Coram tiptoed back to the landing.
We shall go with them tomorrow when they march. Now begins in earnest the conquest of the West.
So, the Foy Maore do prepare for battle, and almost certainly they march against Caer Malad again. And this time they have a she as an ally, and no she weapons to thwart their ambitions.
Coram moved with greater urgency up the next stairway, and had gone halfway when he turned a bend and saw a lump squatting so that it filled the whole stair, and afforded him no room through which he could pass undetected. The lump did not see him, but it lifted its snout. Its 3 eyes, of disparate size, had a puzzled look. Its pink, bristle-covered flesh quivered as it pushed itself into a sitting position on its 5 arms. 3 of the arms were human, seeming to have belonged to a woman, a youth, and an old man. One of the arms was simian, that of a gorilla, and one of the arms seemed to have been the property of some kind of large reptile. The legs, which the lump now revealed, were short, and ended in a human foot, a cloven hoof, and a dog-like paw, respectively. The lump was naked, apparently sexless, and it was unarmed. As silently as possible, Coram drew his sword as the 3 lids closed over the 3 mismatched eyes, and the lump, seeing nothing, resettled itself to sleep again. He struck through the oval mouth, through the roof of the mouth, into the brain. The eyes opened, and instantly one closed again, in a kind of obscene wink. The other stared at the blade of the sword in astonishment, for it seemed to protrude from the thin air. The simian hand came up to touch the blade, but it never completed the gesture. The hand fell limply back. The remaining eyes closed. Coram clambered over the fat, yielding flesh as fast as he could.
I pray that no one finds the lump's corpse before I can discover the whereabouts of the archdruid American.
There were 2 Golech guards, their cutlasses at attention across their chests, at the top of this particular stair, but it was plain that they had heard nothing. Hurriedly, Coram slipped past them and mounted the next flight. And there, on the landing above him, he saw 2 huge hounds.
The largest of all the hounds of Keranos I have ever seen.
They could not see him, but they had caught his scent. Acting as rapidly as he had acted when he had seen the lump, Coram ran through the gap between the dogs and had the satisfaction of seeing them almost close their fangs on each other's throats. And here was a great archway filled by a door of beaten bronze on which had been raised motifs of beautiful complexity.
King Fiachad described this. This is the door to American's apartments.
And hanging on a brass hook beside the door, beside the head of one gigantic Golech guard, was a single iron key. And this was the key to the beautiful bronze door.
The hounds must have been ordered not to leave their position.
The Golech guard's dull features became curious. He lurched forward.
What is it, dogs? The strangers come.
Coram stepped behind the Golech and drew the key from its hook. Coram found himself in an apartment full of rich, dark hangings. The apartment was warm too, heated by a fire even larger than the one at which Calatin and Gofanan sat 2 floors below.
New cut grass. But where is American?
Stealthily, Coram crept from one dark room to another, his hand on his sword, expecting some new trap. And then at last, he saw something. At first, he took it for an animal, for it was upon all 4s and eating from a golden tray piled high with the strands of some vegetable. The head turned, but the eyes did not see Coram, still draped in his she-mantle. Large, soft eyes stared at nothing, and the jaws moved slowly as they chewed the vegetation. The body was clothed in sheepskin garments with the wool still on them. The wool was dirty and full of filthy scraps of thistle, briar, and burrs, as if torn from the body of a wild mountain sheep. Jacket, shirt, and leggings were all of the same coarse stuff, and there was even a hood of sheepskin drawn around the head, exposing only the face. The man looked ridiculous and pathetic.
This is American, High King of the Mabden, and he truly is under a glamour.
It had been a handsome face, possibly an intelligent face, but now it was neither. The eyes stared unblinking into nothing.
American?
He began to crawl towards the shadows, where doubtless he thought he would find security.
I am sorry, High King.
Without hesitation, Coram reversed his grip upon his sword and brought the round pommel down hard on the back of Amergan's neck. Then he picked up the body and heaved it over his shoulder.
His body is so light. The man is slowly starving to death on this diet of grass.
Somehow he managed to drape his mantle over Amergan's body as well as his own, checking in a mirror that both he and Amergan were invisible. He kept his sword still in his hand, though also covered by his mantle.
King Fiacha said there would be little chance of releasing Amergan from his enchantment until we are far away from Caer Lud. I will simply have to carry the Archdruid to safety.
Cautiously, he peered onto the landing. The Golech was still standing close to the hounds. Both of the devil dogs remained nervous, suspicious, but were still seated, their heads coming almost to the Golech's shoulder. The red, stupid eyes of the guard peered first down the stair and then about the landing.
He saw me close the door, I'm sure of it.
But then the Golech looked down the stairs again, and Coram was able to replace the key on its hook. But he moved hastily. The dogs pricked up their ears. Standing at the top of the stairs, the Golech began to turn. Coram rushed forward and kicked the Golech off balance. The undead creature fell, tumbling head over heels down the granite steps. The dogs glared. But the Varach prince lunged forward and cut through the hound's jugular. Then he felt a blow on his back from two giant paws and staggered, taking two involuntary bounds down the stairs, and only barely managing to keep his balance, burdened as he was. The remaining hound leapt from the top of the stair, its red jaws extended, and Coram only had time to bring up his sword before those gigantic paws had struck his chest, driving it into the wall. He slumped to the stair as the dead hound, its heart pierced by Coram's sword, fell on him. He dragged himself from under it, keeping a firm hold on Amergan, and tugged his sword from the hound's corpse. Coram rearranged the she-mantle about his body, just as two Golech guards ran up the stairs to discover the cause of the commotion. The Golech had seen something, and they hesitated. They looked at the corpse of the hound. They looked at each other, uncertain what to do. Coram drew back against the wall, permitting himself a relieved grin, as the Golech brandished their cutlasses and began to ascend the steps, plainly believing that whoever had slain the hound was still above. Down the next flight, Coram ran, clambering over the undetected corpse of the lump, until he reached the landing. But Calatin and Gofannon had heard the sounds of strife. Calatin was first. He stared straight through Coram.
What is it? Who attacks?
Coram made to move forward.
Coram, what do you in Caer Lud?
Coram made to put a finger to his lips, hoping that Gofannon still had some loyalties to his Varach cousin. Certainly, Gofannon's great axe was still held loosely in his hand. He did not seem prepared to do battle.
Coram, where?
There.
Gofannon pointed.
Ah, invisible. He must be slain. Slay him! Slay him, Gofannon!
Very well.
Gofannon began to get a grip on the haft of his axe.
Gofannon! Traitor!
Coram put up his own sword, revealing his position to Calatin, who took a dagger from his belt and began to move towards him.
Gofannon moves slowly, as if drugged. I shall deal with Calatin first.
He whirled his sword round and found Calatin's head with the flat of the blade. Coram gave Gofannon all his concentration, wishing desperately that he was not hampered by the burden of Amergan across his shoulder.
Coram, must I kill you?
It's no wish of mine, traitor!
Gofannon began to lower his axe.
But what does Calatin wish?
He wishes nothing. Amergan is not the only occupant of this tower under a glamour. He wishes you to protect me. That is what he wants. He wishes that you come with me.
Very well.
Coram stooped to wrench Calatin's horn from his belt. And the Golech, whom Coram had pushed down the steps, was beginning to slither forward, though almost every bone must have been broken.
They are hard to slay, those who are already dead.
As they descended the last curving stairway, round the bend below came the remaining three Golech, while at the same time their two comrades rushed down the steps, having decided that their enemies must somehow have escaped them.
2 above and 3 below.
The Golech hesitated, seeing only Gofannon. Doubtless they had been told that Gofannon was not an enemy, and this confused them further. As quickly as he could, Coram crept down the stairs past those who had blocked the path below. And as the three Golech began to lumber up the stairs again towards Gofannon, he did the only thing he could do against the living He cut at the tendons of their legs so that they flopped down, using their arms to continue to crawl towards Gofannon, their cutlasses still in their hands.
Those beyond the tower must soon realize that something is afoot here. Hurry!
Then they were through the door, running into the cold, poisoned mist, down the steps from the tower, through the gateway, into the freezing streets. Gofannon keeping pace with Coram, though his large brows were still drawn together, as if in tremendous concentration. Finally, they reached the house.
I only hope that Jari and our horses are still safe.
Jari O'Connell was already mounted, wrapped still in coarse blankets, so that only his face peeped through, holding Coram's horse ready for him. Jari was astonished to see the she-smith.
Are you a Mergen?
But Coram was tearing the mantle of invisibility from him, revealing the starved figure in old sheepskins who lay over his shoulder.
This is a Mergen. The other is a cousin of mine, whom I thought was a traitor.
Coram heaved the prone archdruid over his saddle, then turned to Gofannon.
Do you come with us, she? Or do you remain to serve the Foimiore?
Serve the Foimiore? A she would not do that. Gofannon serves nobody.
His eyes were still dull, but Coram had no time to waste either upon analysing the cause of Gofannon's strange actions or conversing with the great smith to learn more.
Then come with us from Caer Lud, Gofannon.
Aye. I would prefer to leave Caer Lud.
They managed to avoid the massing of warriors on the far side of the city.
Perhaps the Foimiore think only of their wars upon the west, and gather all their forces, all their attention together for this single venture. That is why we were able to enter and leave without detection.
Whatever the reason, I shall be glad to be free of this city.
They were soon able to leave the outskirts of Caer Lud, and were riding up a snow-covered hill with the dwarf Gofannon running easily beside their horses, his axe upon his shoulder, his beard and hair streaming behind him, his huge breath billowing in the air.
Gaynor will soon understand what has happened and be most angry, Jari. He will realize that he has made a fool of himself. We can expect pursuit soon, and he will be most vicious if he finds us.
Jari peered out from under his many blankets, refusing to relinquish a morsel of warmth.
We must make speed for Craig Dunn. There we will have time to consider what to do next. At least now we have something the Foimiore wish to keep. We have a Mergen.
Aye. They'll be reluctant to destroy us if it means destroying American too. But we cannot rely on that.
From what I know of the Foimiore, they'll not think over subtly upon the matter.
Always our good luck and our bad luck both, the mentality of the Foimiore. For all that there is much danger ahead of us, Jari O'Connell, I cannot but feel right well satisfied with today's accomplishments. Not long since, I knew I went to my death, my quest unfulfilled. Now, should I die, at least I shall know that I was partially successful.
It would not give me much satisfaction, however.
And Jari O'Connell looked over his shoulder to Caer Lud in the distance, as if he already heard the baying of the hounds of Keranos. They left the mist behind, and the air became relatively warmer. Jari began to strip the blankets from himself and drop them behind in the snow as they rode. The horses needed no urging this time. They were as glad to be free of Caer Lud and its unnatural mist as were their riders.
Well, it took 4 days before we heard the noise of those hounds.
But Craig Down is still some distance off.
Of the few things I fear those dogs most.
They had come to a stop upon a hill, searching through the dancing snow for signs of the dogs which pursued them. Since they had left Caer Lud far behind them, Gofannon's speech had become increasingly coherent, his mind sharper, though he had said little about his association with the wizard Calatin.
There must be still 30 miles of hard country before Craig Dawn is reached.
Coram was thoughtful. He looked at Amergin, who had woken the night after they had fled Caer Lud, and had since been bound to the horse to stop his straying. Occasionally the High King would utter a bleat, but it was impossible to divine what he wanted from them, unless it was to indicate his hunger, for he had eaten little since they had fled the city. He spent most of his time in sleep, and even when he was awake, he was passive, resigned.
Why were you in Caer Lud, Gofannon? I remember you telling me you intended to spend the rest of your days in High Braesale. Did Calatin come to the Enchanted Isle and offer you a bargain which attracted you?
Calatin, come to High Braesale? Of course not. And what bargain could he offer me that was better than what you offered? No. I fear that you are the instrument of my alliance with the Mabden wizard.
Aye? How?
Remember how I scoffed at Calatin's superstitions? Remember how thoughtlessly I spat into that little bag he gave me? Well, Calatin had good reason for wanting that spittle. He has more power than I guessed, and a power I barely understand. It was the dryness which first came upon me, you see. No matter how much I drank, I still felt thirsty. Terrible, painful thirst. My mouth was forever dry, Coram. I was dying of thirst, though I near drained the rivers and streams of my island, gulping down water as fast as I could, yet never satisfying that thirst. I was horrified, and I was dying. Then came a vision sent by that man of power, Coram, by that Mabden. And a vision spoke to me, and told me that High Braceil was rejecting me as it rejected the Mabden, that I should die if I remained there, die of this frightful thirst.
The dwarf shrugged his huge shoulders.
Well, I debated this, but I was already mad with thirst. At last, I set sail for the mainland, where Calatin greeted me. He gave me something to drink. That drink did satisfy my thirst, but it also robbed me of my senses and put me completely in the wizard's power. I became his slave. He can still reach out for me. He could still trap me again and make me do his bidding. While he has that charm he made from my spittle, the charm which brings on the thirst, he can also control my thoughts to a large extent. He can somehow occupy my mind and cause my body to perform certain actions. And while he occupies my mind, I am not responsible for what I do.
So by delivering that blow to Calatin's head, I was able to break his influence over you?
Yes. And by the time he recovered, we were doubtless beyond the range of his magic working. I had never thought a Mabden could command such mysterious gifts.
And that is how the horn came back in Calatin's keeping?
I gained nothing from my bargain with you, Coram.
Coram smiled as he drew a horn from beneath his cloak.
Nothing. But I gained something from that most recent encounter.
My horn!
Well, I remember how mercenary you were, friend Gofannon, in the matter of bargains. Strictly speaking, I would say this horn is mine.
Gofannon nodded his great head philosophically.
That is fair. Very well, the horn is yours, Coram. I lost it after all, through my own stupidity.
But through my unconscious connivance. Let me borrow the horn a while, Gofannon. When the time seems ripe, I will return it to you.
It is a better bargain than I made with you, Coram. I feel ashamed.
Well, Gofannon, what do you plan to do? Return to High Braceil?
What should I gain by that? Seems my best interests lie with your cause, Coram. For if you defeat Calatin and the Foy Miore, then I am freed from Calatin's service forever. If I return to my island, Calatin can always find me again.
Then you are fully with us?
Aye.
Listen, they come much closer now. I think they have us scent. I think we are in considerable danger, my friends.
I think not, Jarry O'Connell. Not now.
Why so? Listen to the ghastly baying. The wolves seek the sheep, eh?
Let them come closer. The closer, the better.
Your friend does not know about the horn, does he?
No. I know it is wrong to leave Jarry in such suspense, but I am enjoying the sensation. So often has Jarry made mysteries himself.
A wise idea. Ha!
They were in sight of Craigdon by the time the hounds appeared behind them, but they knew that the devil dogs could move faster than could they.
There is no chance at all of reaching the stone circles before the hounds catch us!
Coram peered backwards at their pursuers, looking for signs of a suit of armor which constantly shifted its colors, but there was none. White faces, red eyes. The Golek huntsmen controlled the pack. They were most expert at doing so, having been slaves of the Foy Miore for generations, bred beyond the sea in eastern lands before the Foy Miore began their reconquest of the west.
Gainer, no doubt against his will, is most likely needed by the Foy Miore to lead the marching warriors against Caer Malid, if that is where they are truly headed.
And so he has been kept from the pursuit.
Jarry, Gofannon, ride for Craigdon! Gofannon, take a merkin!
The she-smith drew the limp body of the archdruid from Coram's saddle and swung it easily over his massive shoulder.
You will die, Coram!
Coram drew the horn from his belt.
I will not! Not if I am careful in what I do now. Go! Gofannon will tell you the properties of this horn!
Horns! I am sick of them! Horns for bringing the apocalypse, horns for calling demons, now horns for handling dogs. The gods grow unimaginative. Ha!
Coram put the ornamental mouthpiece to his lips. Though the hounds of Keranos pricked up their red-tufted ears, they still came running towards their quarry, running in a great pack made up of at least 200 dogs. The Golek, mounted on pale horses, were, however, unsure. Coram could see that they hung back, where normally they would have chased behind the dogs. Now the hounds of Keranos had Coram's scent, and veering slightly, sped towards him through the snow. And Coram blew the horn a second time, and the yellow eyes of the hounds, so close, so glaring, took on a somewhat puzzled expression. The Golek were trying to call their dogs off in panic, for they knew what would happen to them if the horn sounded a third time. The hounds of Keranos were so near to Coram now that he could smell their stinking, steaming breath. And suddenly, they began reluctantly to trot back across the wind-blown snow to where the Golek waited. The hounds of Keranos were in retreat. He saw the Golek clutch their heads. He saw the Golek fall from their saddles. And he knew that they were dead, for the third blast of that horn always killed them. It was the punishing blast with which Keranos slew those who failed to obey him. The hounds of Keranos, whose last instructions had been to return, continued to lope back to where the dead Golek lay. And Coram tucked the horn into his belt and made for Cragdawn. When Coram reached the stone circles, he found Jari and Gofanan standing by the great altar stone within the inner circle of columns, where they had lain a Mergen. A fire burned fitfully.
Perhaps it is sacrilege, but it is a convenient place to put him while we debate the problem. I cannot understand why he eats only the few pieces of fruit or vegetables we brought. It is as if his innards have become sheep's innards, too. If this continues, Coram, we shall deliver a dead High King to Caer Malad.
You spoke earlier of being able to reach through to his inner mind. Is that possible? If so, we can learn what to do to help him, perhaps.
Aye, with the aid of my little cat, I might be able to do that, but it will take much time and considerable energy. I would eat before I begin.
By all means.
I'm sure you are hungry too, Whiskers.
Jari O'Connell, I do believe you feed your cat almost as much food as you consume yourself.
Whereas, Coram, I have noticed that you and Gofanan eat only sparingly.
That is because our supplies of dried fruit and vegetables are almost gone.
And meanwhile, poor American eats nothing at all.
Oh, you need to keep up your strength too, do you not, little one? For you have work to do tonight as well.
The moon peered for a moment through the clouds, and it struck the altar with its rays, and the costume of sheepskin gleamed. Then the moon went away again, and the only light came from the flickering fire which flung red shadows among the old stones. Jari O'Connell stroked his cat.
Come then.
Slowly, the cat in his arms, Jari began to approach the altar where starved, wasted Amergin lay sleeping.
Are you ready?
Jari O'Connell put the little winged cat's head against the head of Amergin, and then he drew his own head down so that it touched the other side of the cat's head.
Did that come from Amergin's mouth? Jari's or the cat's?
It is impossible to tell.
It became darker as, untended, the fire died. Coram could see the dirty white form of Amergin upon the altar, the faint outline of the cat as it pressed its tiny skull to the High King's, the tense features of Jari O'Connell.
Amergin, Amergin, noble druid, pride of your folk. Amergin, Amergin, come back to us. Amergin.
I remember the calling which summoned me from my own Vadic world to this one, Gofanan. Jari's incantation is not unlike that of King Manax.
Possibly this has something to do with American's enchantment. He lives an entirely different life, the life of a sheep, perhaps in a world which is not quite this one. And if that is the case, his real self might be reached.
I cannot begin to understand what the people of this world call magic, but we both know something of the multiverse, with its variety of planes that sometimes intersect. I believe that the power called magic here probably derives from some half-conscious knowledge of these realms.
Amergin, High King. Amergin, Arch-Druid. Amergin.
That could have come from any one of the three upon the altar as well.
Amergin, Amergin, do you understand your fate?
An enchantment. I am no longer a man. Why should this displease me?
Because your own folk need your guidance, your strength, your presence amongst them.
I am all things. We are all of us all things. It is immaterial the form we take. The spirit.
Sometimes it is important to Amergin. As now, when the fate of the whole Mabden folk rests upon your assuming your former role. What will bring you back to your folk, American? What power will restore you to them?
Only the power of the oak in the ram. Only the oak woman can call me home. If it matters to you that I return, then find the golden oak and the silver ram. Find one who understands their properties. Only the oak woman can call me home.
And then Jari fell back from the altar, and the cat spread its wings and flew away to perch high on top of one of the great stone arches, crouching there as if in fear. The clouds seemed to grow darker in the sky. Gophanin tugged at the hairs of his black beard. Jari O'Connell looked pale and exhausted.
The oak and the ram. Two of what the Mabden term their treasures. She-gifts, both. It seems to me that I recall something of them. One of the Mabden who came to my island spoke of them before he died. Yet most Mabden who came to my island spoke of such things. 'Twas their interest in talismans and spells which brought them to High Braysay.
But that one Mabden, what did he say?
Well, he told the tale of the lost treasures. How the old warrior Onra fled with them from Caer Lud, and how they were scattered. These two were lost close to the borders of the land of the Tuha and the Gwythane Garanir, which is north of the land of the Tuha and the Krem Krot, across the sea, though there is a way by land also. One of that folk found the golden oak and the silver ram, large talismans both, of fine she workmanship, and took them back to his folk where they were held in great reverence, and where, for all I know, they still are.
So we must seek the oak and the ram before we can restore Amergan to his senses. Yet I fear he will die before we can achieve that. He needs nourishment, and the only nourishment which will keep him properly alive is that grass which the Foy Miore vassals fed him. It is a grass containing certain magical agents which, while they kept him firmly under his enchantment, also supplied his body's primary needs. Unless he is restored to his human identity shortly, he will die, my friends.
Neither Coram nor Gophanin needed to convince themselves of the truth of his words. It was evident, for one thing, that Amergan was beginning to waste away, particularly since their supplies of fruit and vegetables were all but gone. Coram looked down at the pathetic sleeping figure of he who had once been the symbol of Mabden pride.
Yet we must go to the land of the Tuhana Gwythane Garan here, if we are able to find those things which will save him, and he will surely die before we reach that land. It seems that we are defeated. We sought to save the High King. Instead, we have slain him.
I think, Coram, that we are all tired, and it is easy to see defeat. We can do nothing more tonight, so we should sleep. If Amergan lives through the night, we shall see what is to be done.
Aye.
Too exhausted to make any sort of camp, the three lay on the ground by the altar, huddled together for warmth, to sleep. Coram dreamed of a field of sheep, a pleasant scene, save when all the sheep looked up at once, and had the faces of men and women he had known. He dreamed that he ran for the safety of his old home, Castle Aeron by the sea. But when he neared it, he found that a great chasm had fallen between him and the entrance to the castle. He dreamed that he blew upon a horn, and that this horn called all the gods to the earth, and the earth became the field of their final battle, and he was consumed by an enormous sense of guilt, recalling many deeds which Coram awake could never recall.
All these tragic deeds I have done, or witnessed. The murder of friends and lovers, the betrayal of races, the destruction of the weak and of the innocent. But you have also destroyed the strong and the evil in your long career, through 1,000 incarnations. And Amergan! Soon I will have Amergan's death upon my conscience. Once again, my idealism has led to the destruction of another soul, and I cannot reconcile my tortured spirit.
And Coram turned from the chasm, and he saw 3 figures standing there. One of the figures he recognized with pleasure.
Maeve. Lovely Maeve.
She wore a smock of blue samite, with her red hair braided and bracelets of red gold upon her arms and ankles, a sword in one hand and a sling in the other. He smiled at her, but she did not return his smile. The figure next to her he also recognized now, and he recognized that figure with horror. It was a youth whose flesh shone with the color of pale gold, a youth who smiled without kindness and played upon the mocking harp.
I know you, and yet I do not know your name.
He made to attack the youth with the flesh of gold, but then the 3rd figure advanced, raising a hand. This figure was the most shadowy of the three. He could not see the face at all.
I do not know you, and yet I fear you more than I fear the youth with the harp.
He saw that the raised hand was of silver, and that the cloak the figure wore was of scarlet, and then he turned his back again in horror.
I dare not look upon that face, for I fear I shall see my own face there.
And Coram leapt into the chasm, and he fell through a night which had no ending. And then there was a blinding whiteness which swallowed him, and he realized that he had opened his eyes upon the dawn. Slowly the great stones of Crag Dawn came into focus, dark and grim against the snow which surrounded them. He felt something gripping him, and he tried to struggle free.
No! Gainer! He has found me!
It is over, Coram. You are awake.
Such dreadful dreams, Gofannon.
What else did you expect if you sleep at the centre of Craig Dawn? Particularly after witnessing Jari O'Connell's work of last night.
It was similar to the dream I had when I first came to High Braesale.
Coram rubbed at his frozen face, as if he hoped thus to dispel the memory of the dreams. Gofannon rose, his great bulk looming over Coram.
Because High Braesale has similar properties to Craig Dun, there's every reason why your dream should be the same. Though some have pleasant dreams at Craig Dun, and others have magnificent, inspiring dreams, I'm told.
I have need of such dreams at present.
Gofannon shifted his war axe from his right hand to his left, and offered the free hand to Coram,
Thank you, Gofannon.
who took it and let the she-smith help him to his feet. Amergin still slept upon the altar, covered by a cloak, and Jari slept near the ashes of the fire, his cat curled up close to his face.
I've been considering the problem. We must go to the land of the Tuhan na Gwythane Garanir.
You league yourself fully with our cause, then?
Coram smiled with his frozen lips. Gofannon shrugged with poor grace.
It seems so. I've little choice. To reach that land, we must go part of the way by sea. It will be the quickest way of making the journey.
But we are much burdened, and we will make slow progress with Amergin.
Then one of us must take Amergin to the relative safety of Caer Malad, while the others make the longer journey to Caer Garanir. Returning by sea, assuming that we have succeeded in finding the Golden Oak and the Silver Ram, we should be able to get to Caer Malad with relative ease. It is the only way we have, if Amergin is to have even the faintest hope of living.
Then it is the way we must take.
Jari O'Connell had begun to stir. A hand reached out and found a wide-brimmed hat, cramming it on his head. He sat up, blinking. The cat curled itself sleepily upon his lap while Jari rubbed at his eyes.
How is Amergin? I dreamed of him. He led a great gathering here at Craig Dawn, and all the Mabdens spoke with a single voice. It was a fine dream.
Amergin still sleeps, but Gofannon has a plan. One of us is to take Amergin to Caer Malad, since it is closer, where he will be safe. And two will go to Caer Garanir.
Aye, that makes sense.
Jari got to his feet, cradling the black and white cat in his arm.
Which of us is to take Amergin to Caer Malad? I think it should be me.
Why so?
It is a simple task, for one thing, to travel from this point to another and deliver our sheepish friend. Secondly, I play no important part in the destinies involved. The folk of Gwythine Garan here are more likely to show respect for two she-heroes than for me.
Very well, you shall ride with Amergin for Caer Malad, and there tell them all that has taken place, and all we intend to do. Warn them, too, that the Foi Miore come again. With Amergin within the walls of Caer Malad, they could be saved from Balar's frigid gaze, and time might be bought as a result. Happily, the Foi Miore do not travel with particular swiftness, and there is a chance we can return before they reach Caer Malad.
If they do indeed head for Caer Malad. We know only that they plan to march west. It could even be that Craig Dawn itself is their destination, that they have some idea of destroying the place.
Why do they fear it so? Have they the need any longer?
Possibly. Craig Dawn was built by She and Mabden both at the time of our first great war with the Foi Miore. It was built according to certain metaphysical principles, and it had several functions, both practical and symbolical. One of the practical functions was for it to act as a kind of trap, which would swallow all the Foi Miore when they were lured here. It has the power, or rather it had the power, to restore those who do not belong in this realm, to the realms where they do belong. However, it does not work for the She, or I should have departed this world long since. It was our fate to accomplish its construction, without being able to use it for our own ends. As it happened, we were not successful in luring all the Foi Miore here. And ever since then, those who survived have given the place wide clearance. There are rituals involved too. Aye, this was a great place of power once, was Craig Dunn.
Gofannon's expression became distant, as if he recalled the old days when he and all his brothers fought the might of the Foimiore in their epic struggle. He looked out at the widening circles of stone columns. Coram handed 2 things to Jaria Conal. The first was the long, curved horn, and the second was the she-mantle.
Take these, Jari, since you ride alone. The horn will protect you from the hounds of Garanos and the Golig huntsmen. The cloak will disguise you from the people of the Pines and others who pursue you. You will need both these things if you are to reach Caer Malid safely.
But what of you and Gafannon? Will you not need protection?
We shall risk what we must risk. There are 2 of us, and we are not burdened by American.
I accept the gifts, then.
I shall put American on your horse.
Thank you, Gafannon.
And now I shall run ahead, since you will catch up with me quite easily, Coram.
And Gafannon was off through the stone arches, with his war axe upon his fur-clad shoulder, his helm of polished iron glinting in the cold light from the sky.
Now you ride southwest, and we ride northwest. Our ways will part soon, Jaria Conal.
Let us pray they meet again.
Let us hope so.
Coram watched as Jari rode for Caer Malid, his cloak billowing behind him, the semi-conscious figure of the enchanted High King tied across his horse's neck. Far across the snow-shrouded plain rode Jaria Conal, growing smaller and smaller, and finally becoming obscured by a gust of wind-borne snow.
Blotted from my sight, perhaps, but not from my thoughts.
Coram wiped his forehead free from the sweat which clung to it, and gratefully dropped his byrnie and his helm into the bottom of the small boat. The sun was high in a cloudless sky, and while the day was actually only as warm as a day in early spring, it seemed to be almost tropically hot, both to Coram and Gafannon, who, in their ride to the coast, had become used to the aching cold of those lands conquered by the Foimiore. Coram was clad now only in his shirt and his leggings, his sword and dirk strapped about his waist, and the rest of his war gear tied across the back of his horse.
I will be sorry to leave behind that horse. He has served me quite well.
There are no easy means to transport him across the ocean, Coram. His boat is barely large enough to take me.
I know, Gafannon. The larger boats, I guess, must have all been taken by the inhabitants. The fishing village seems all but abandoned. I wonder if Foimiore minions came here, or if the villagers were among those who fled to Caer Malid during the first invasion of the Cold Folk.
There do not seem to be any of the usual signs of wanton Foimiore slaying.
Aye, and flowers and vegetables still grow in the gardens. All the houses look as if they are still occupied and tended. The flight must have been comparatively recent.
And whatever the circumstances of their flight, the folk of the village must have been hasty in their decision to leave. They left much behind them.
Except larger boats. I guess they have all been taken either to the land of the Tuhan Agwithan Garin here, or even further to the land of the Tuhan Mananan, King Fiacha's land.
Ugh, I did not think to say this ever again, but it is so dreadfully hot.
Of course it is for you, as you refuse to remove your breastplate or war cap.
I want to stay ready. We know not what we shall encounter.
Come then, it should be cooler out in the sea.
Gafannon, keeping a firm grip on his double-headed axe, clambered from the short flight of stone steps and into the boat, as Coram steadied it for him. Then Coram settled himself, laying his lance and his axe along the bottom of the boat and unshipping the oars.
You are sure you don't want to row? Your arms are much more powerful than mine.
I understand nothing of the art of rowing.
I would dearly give everything for a sail. For all that the villagers left behind, you'd think we could have found something which would serve.
Coram maneuvered the boat until his back was to the distant shoreline over the water, their destination. He began to row with long, strong strokes, which at first wearied him, but then, as he became used to the rhythm, involved seemingly less and less effort, as Gofannon's weight increased their momentum through the clear, still waters of the sea.
Oh, the smell of the brine is so good after the snow-laden air we have breathed for so long. There is a sense of peace upon the sea which I have not known for a long while.
Even when you sailed the High Braesail?
Even when I sailed Calatin's little boat, for I thought it little then, to meet you. Though I also did not know then that was my purpose.
The huge, self-styled dwarf sat in the stern and stared idly over the water as the coastline disappeared behind him. Gafannon dangled a huge, heavily muscled hand in the water, for all the world like a maiden being taken for a pleasure trip by her swain. Coram grinned. his liking for the she-smith growing all the time.
Perhaps at Caer Malad they will find herbs which will sustain American. There at least they can grow such things. They grow in precious few parts of the old Mabden lands now.
Aye, it's what I hope. Yet if the grass American ate at Caer Lud was specially treated, it might be hard to find something matching it exactly. However, this sunshine makes me feel considerably more confident.
Sometime later, Goffanin drew his black brows together and peered over Corum's shoulder, looking beyond Corum in the direction in which they rode.
Sea fog ahead, by the look of it. Strange to find it so isolated and in such weather.
Aye?
Corum, reluctant to interrupt the rhythm of his rowing, did not look back.
Thick, too. It would probably be best to avoid it.
And now Corum did pause in his rowing and turn to look. Goffanin was right. The sea fog was spreading across a huge area, almost completely obscuring the sight of the land ahead. And now that Corum ceased his exertions, he felt that it had become subtly colder, for all that the sun continued to shine.
Bad luck for us, but it will take too long to row around it. We'll risk rowing through and hope that it does not cover too wide an area.
But soon the cold had actually become uncomfortable. And he paused to draw his heavy byrnie over his body and place his helmet upon his head.
My extra clothing seems to impair my rowing. It is as if I dipped the oars in clinging mud.
Tendrils of mist began to move around the boat.
Can it be?
Careful, Goffanin. You will pitch us into the sea.
Can it be?
You think it Foy Miore mist?
I think it resembles Foy Miori mist most closely.
I think so too.
Now the mist was all around them, and they could see only a few yards in all directions. The boat drifted slower and slower until suddenly it stopped. Corum looked over the side.
The sea has frozen!
It had frozen almost instantly, for the waves had become ridges, and on some of those ridges were delicate patterns which could only have been foam. Corum's spirits sank, and it was with resignation and despair that he stood up in the boat and bent to pick up his lance and his axe. Goffanin tentatively put a fur-booted foot upon the ice, testing it. He lumbered from the boat and stood upon the sea, tying the thongs of his fur cloak together so that he was completely covered. His breath began to steam. Corum followed suit, stepping onto the ice and wrapping his own cloak around him, staring this way and that.
I heard that same procession in Caer Lud, Goffanin. It is the Foy Miore and their minions. Is it thus that the Foy Miore build their roads across the sea, needing no ships? Is this ice their version of a bridge?
Or do they know that we come this way and seek to thwart our progress?
We shall know soon.
They crouched beside the boat and watched. In the dim distance, Corum saw dark shapes riding and marching, and sniffed the familiar scent of pines, saw the bulky shapes of Foy Miore chariot riders, and once he glimpsed the flickering armor of one who could only be Gaynor.
They move from east to west, in the same direction as we do, but at a slightly different angle. The Foy Miore do not march against Caer Malad at all, but most likely against Caer Garanir.
Garanir. They go to Garanir, our own destination. And if they reach Caer Garanir before we do, our chances of finding the Oak and the Ram are very poor.
Aye, and we have no choice now but to follow behind them, then hope to overtake them when they reach the land. We must warn Garanir if we can. We must warn King Daffin, Goffanin.
Goffanin shrugged his massive shoulders and tugged at his shaggy black beard and rubbed his nose. Then he spread his left hand and raised his double-headed war axe in his right hand, and he smiled.
Indeed we must.
I am thankful that the hounds of Carnos do not run with the Foy Miore army. We would have no chance at all of avoiding detection if those dogs were present.
Aye, they doubtless still scour the countryside about Craig Dunn, looking for the three of us and American.
Moving warily, Corum and Goffanin skulked in the wake of the Foy Miore, peering ahead in the hope that they would soon sight the land. The going was difficult, for the waves had formed small hills and dangerous ruts in the frozen sea. They were exhausted by the time they witnessed the landing of the Foy Miore and the people of the Pines on shores which had, an hour since, been green and lush, and which were suddenly ice-covered and dead. And the sea began to melt as the Foy Miore passed. And Corum and Goffanin found themselves wading through water which was still freezing, and which rose to Corum's chin and Goffanin's chest. And as Coram stumbled up the frosty beach, his throat choked with a mixture of sea and mist, Coram felt himself seized, weapons and all, about the waist, and he was moving headlong up a hillside, borne by Gofannon, who was wasting no time, running easily with Coram under one arm, his beard and hair flying in the wind, his massive body apparently in no way slowed by his greaves, his armor, or his burden. Coram's ribs ached, but he managed to remark,
You are most useful, Dwarf Gofannon. I am amazed at the energy possessed by one of such small stature as yourself.
I suppose I compensate for my shortness by cultivating stamina.
2 hours later, and they were well ahead of the Foimiore force. They sat in a dip in the ground, enjoying the smell of grass and wild flowers. Gofannon looked at a wild poppy tenderly, without picking the plant, and Coram relished the smell of the vegetation while it was still there.
It will not be long before these also become rigid with cold and die.
The Mabden lands are amongst the prettiest in this whole realm, and now these perish, as all the other lands have perished, conquered by the Foimiore.
What of the other lands in this realm? What do you know of them?
Long since turned to poison ice by the diseased remnants of the Foimiore race. These lands were safe, partly because the Foimiore remembered Craig Dawn and avoided the place, partly because this is where the surviving Sidhe made their homes. It took them a considerable length of time before they came back from the eastern seas and beyond. Well, there is no time to be wasted. Would you sit upon my shoulders now? It will be more comfortable for you, I think.
Thank you. I would be most grateful. This proves the need for Mabden unity. If there were proper communication between the surviving Mabden, then all could gather to attack the Foimiore force from several sides.
But what of Balar and the rest? What have the Mabden in their armories which can defend against Balar's frightful gaze?
They have their treasures. Already I have seen how one of them, the Spear of Brionac which you gave me, can do much harm to the Foimiore.
There was only one Spear Brionac, and now that has vanished, doubtless returning to my own home realm.
They entered a narrow gorge between white limestone cliffs topped by green turf.
As I recall, the city of Caer Garanir lies but a short way on the other side of the pass.
But as the pass wound up through the rocks and grew narrower at its farther end, they saw a group of figures awaiting them there.
There is no mist, no cold. Could that be the war knights of the Tuhana Guidhane Garanir?
Perhaps they were alerted of our coming, and have come to greet us.
No. I know that greenish cast on the riders and the horses. These are not friends.
And then the green ranks broke, and another rider emerged. A rider whose armor shifted color constantly, and whose face was completely hidden by a blank, smooth helm. Gofannon took Coram from his shoulders. Then they both turned to see another group of green riders heading down the steep slopes of the gorge. The whole air was thick with their piney scent. Ganos stopped several yards from Coram and Gofannon.
You could have prolonged your life so easily, Prince Coram, if you had chosen to remain as my guest at Craig Dawn. Where is the little lamb Amergan, whom you stole?
Amergan was dying, the last I saw of him. Which is the truth.
Aye.
Gofannon drew his axe from his back.
It is time for the hewing of pines, I think, Coram.
Gofannon turned so that he stood facing those at their rear, while Coram confronted those at their front. Gofannon hefted his own huge axe, turning its polished iron so that it flashed in the bright summer sunshine.
At least we shall die in the summer warmth, and not have our bones eaten by the cold folks' mist.
You should have been warned. Amergan eats a diet of rare grasses only, and now the High King of the Mabden is perished. A mere carcass of mutton. No matter.
That must be the Foimiore on the march. They move so much faster than I thought possible.
But Gofannon cocked his head to one side and listened almost curiously. Then from both sides, the green-faced horsemen began to bear down on them. Coram whirled his war axe and made a great wound in the neck of the first horse. Seeing greenish viscous liquid ooze from the gash, it halted the horse's momentum, but it did not kill it. Its green eyes rolled, and its green rider brought a dull iron sword down at Coram's head. Coram knew how to counter such blows. He chopped deliberately at the wrist and sword flew earthward, like a bough lopped from a tree. He chopped next at the horse's legs, so that it crashed onto the dusty clay and lay there, unsuccessfully trying to regain an upright position. This helped to confuse the next rider who came at Coram, and was unable to strike a clean blow without snaring his horse's legs in those of the wounded animal. The scent of pines was now almost overpowering as the sap oozed from the wounds Coram wrought.
I once loved and safe, and now it sickens me.
Goffanin had brought at least 3 of the pine folk down and was chopping at their bodies, slicing off limbs so that they could not move, though they still lived, their green eyes glaring, their green lips snarling. These had once been the flower of Mabdan warriors, probably from Caerlud itself, but the human blood had been drawn from their veins and pine sap poured into them instead, and now they served the Foi Miore. Although they were ashamed of what they had become, they were at the same time most proud of their distinction. As he fought, Coram tried to glance around him.
Goffanin, do you see any means of escaping from the gorge?
No! Daner has chosen the best place to attack. Where the sides are steepest and the passage narrowest.
So we can defend ourselves a little longer, but never hope to get away.
Eventually, they would be overwhelmed by the people of the pines, vanquished by these living trees, these brothers of the oak's oldest enemy. Like a marching forest, they rushed again at the one-eyed Varach with the silver hand, and the 8-foot she with the bristling black beard. And Gaynor, at a safe distance, laughed on. He was indulging in his favorite sport, the destruction of heroes, the conquest of honor, the extermination of virtue and idealism. And he indulged himself thus because he had never quite succeeded in driving these qualities from his own self. Thus Gaynor sought to still any voice which dared remind him of the hope he dared not hope, the ambition he feared to entertain, the possibility of his own salvation. Coram's arms grew weary, and he staggered now as he chopped at green arms, slashed at green heads, cracked the skulls of green horses, and grew dizzy with the scent of the pine sap, which was now sticky underfoot.
Farewell, Goffanin. It heartened me much when you joined our cause, but I fear your decision has led you to your death. Goffanin?
Coram tried to peer through the mass of green warriors to the far end of the pass, where he had last seen Gaynor, but there was no sign of the flickering, fiery armor.
It seems that Prince Gaynor the Damned has deserted the scene of his triumph.
And now the warriors of the pines were falling back, looking fearfully into the sky. And Coram risked glancing up, and he saw a rider there. The rider was seated upon a shining black horse, all dressed in red and gilded leather, the buckles of its harness of sea ivory, and the edges all stitched with large, and distinct of the pines came the fresh, warm smell of the sea. And Coram knew that the smell came from the smiling rider, who sat astride the horse with one hand upon his hip and the other upon his bridle. And then casually the rider stepped his horse over the gorge and turned so that he could look down into the pass from the other side. It gave Coram some idea of the size of horse and rider. The rider had a light golden beard, and his face was that of a youth of some 18 summers. His golden hair was braided and hung down his chest. He wore a breastplate which was fashioned from some kind of bronze and decorated with motifs of the sun and of ships, as well as whales and fish and sea serpents. Upon the rider's great fair-skinned arms were bands of gold, whose patterns matched those on the breastplate. He wore a blue cloak with a great circular pin at the left shoulder. His eyes were a clear, piercing green-grey. At his hip was a heavy sword, which was probably longer than Coram's full height. On his left arm was a shield of the same glowing bronze as his breastplate. And Goffanin was looking delightedly up to the gigantic rider on the gigantic horse, even as he continued to fight the people of the pines.
I heard you come in, brother! I heard you! And I know who it was!
Greetings, little Goffanin. You fight well. You always fought well.
Do you come to aid us?
It seems so. My rest was disturbed by the Foi Miore vermin laying ice across my ocean. For years I've been at peace in my underwater retreat, thinking to have no more irritation from the cold folk. But they came with their ice and their mist and their silly soldiers, and so I must attempt to teach them a lesson.
Almost carelessly he drew his great sword from its scabbard, and with the flat reached down to the gorge to sweep away the Brothers of the Pines, so that they began to retreat in panic in both directions.
I'll meet you at the far end of this pass. I fear I will get stuck if I try to join you there.
Come, Coram!
They trudged up to the larger end of the gorge to meet him, and Gofannon, in spite of his weariness, ran forward with his arms wide open, the axe falling from his grip.
Ah! Ilbrek! Ilbrek, son of my old friend! Ho, ho, ho! I did not know you lived!
Aha! Little Smith, if I had known that you survived, I should long since have sought you out. Ugh.
Coram was astonished to see the she Gofannon seized in Ilbrek's great arms and embraced. Then Ilbrek turned his attention upon Coram.
Smaller and smaller, eh? Who is this who resembles our ancient Vada cousins?
Vada he is, brother Ilbrek. A champion of the Mabden since the she left.
Coram felt ridiculously tiny as he bowed to the great laughing youth.
Greetings to you, cousin.
And how fared your father, the great Manannan? I heard that he had been slain in the islands of the west, and lies now beneath his own hill.
Aye, and with a Mabden folk named for him. He has honour in this realm.
And deservedly, Ilbrek.
The two Hannah Manannan.
Are there more of our folk surviving? I had thought myself the last.
None to my knowledge.
And how many Foimiore are there?
6. There were 7, but the Black Bull of Cronanis took one before it departed this realm. Or died. I know not which. The Black Bull was the last of the great she-herd.
6.
Ilbrek sat himself down upon the turf, his golden brow darkening.
What are their names, these 6?
One is Keranos, another is Balar, another is Rannin, and another is Goim. The other two I do not know.
Neither have I seen them. They hide, as usual, in their mist.
Keranos with his dogs, Balar with his eye, Rannin with his breath, and Goim... Goim with their teeth. An unsavory quartet, huh? And hard to fight, those 4 alone. They were 4 of the most powerful. Doubtless it is why they linger on. I should have thought them all rotted and forgotten by now. They have vitality, these Foimiore.
The vitality of chaos and old night. If only all our comrades were with us. What a reaving then, eh? And if those comrades wielded the weapons of light, how we should drive back the coldness and the darkness.
But we are 2, and the greatest of the she are no more.
Yet the Mabden are courageous. They have a certain power, and if their High King can be restored to them...
True.
Gofannon began to tell his old friend of all that had passed in recent months, since the coming of the Foimiore to the islands of the Mabden. Only when he spoke of Calatin and the wizard's charm did he become reticent, but managed to speak of the matter nonetheless.
So, the Golden Oak and the Silver Ram still exist. My father spoke of them, and Fan the Beautiful. She prophesied that one day they would give power to the Mabden. My mother Fan was a great seeress, for all she had weakness in other directions. Now I suppose we must make speed for Cair Garan here, and see what defences they can build, and how best we can help them when the Foimiore attack. Do you think all 6 Foimiore ride against that city?
It is possible. Yet usually the Foimiore do not move in front of their vassals, but bring up the rear. They are cunning in some ways, those Foimiore.
They were ever that. Would you ride with me, Vadach?
If your horse agrees that he will not mistake me for a flea upon his back, I'll ride with you, Ilbrek.
And Ilbrek swung Coram up and sat him down so that he could place a leg either side of his great pearl-studded pommel. Still unused to the hugeness of the she, Coram felt weak in the presence of Ilbrek in his great leather breeches.
I understand at last how Gofannon can regard himself as a dwarf.
Onward, splendid mane, to where the Mabden gather.
And as soon as he had become used to the huge movements of the horse, Coram began to enjoy the sensation of riding the beast, listening to the conversation of the two she as Gofannon continued his steady pace beside the horse.
It seems to me that my father bequeathed a chest to me containing some armour and a spear or 2. Perhaps they will be useful in this struggle of ours, though they have lain unused for many scores of years now. If I could find that chest, I would know.
Yellow shaft and red javelin. The sword your father named Retaliator.
Most of his arms were lost in the last battle, as you know, and others were of a sort which drew their strength from our original realm, and thus could not be used properly, or could only be used once. Nonetheless, there could be something of use in that chest. It is in one of the sea caverns I have not visited since that battle. For all I know, it is gone, or rotted, or been devoured by some sea monster.
Well, we shall know soon enough. And if Retaliator should be there...
We'd be best advised to consider our own abilities, rather than put our faith in weapons which might not even exist in this realm any longer. Even with them, the strength of the Foimiore is greater than ours.
But added to the Mabden's strength, it could be great indeed.
I have always liked the Mabden, though I am not sure I share your faith in its powers. Still, times change and so do races. I will give you my judgment of the Mabden when I have seen them do battle against the Foimiore.
That opportunity should come quite soon.
Coram pointed ahead. He had seen the towers of Caer Garenhir, and they were tall, those towers, rivaling the buildings of Caer Lud in size and outshining them in beauty. Towers of shining limestone and dark-veined obsidian from which banners flew. Towers surrounded by the battlements of a massive wall, which spoke of invincible strength. Yet Coram knew that impression of strength was deceptive. Balar's horrid eye could crack that granite and destroy all who sheltered behind it.
Even with the giant Ilbrek as an ally, we will be hard put to resist the forces of the Foimiore.
As large as Caer Garenhir was, Ilbrek was still able to leap his horse over the battlements.
Caer Garenhir, ready yourselves! We ride for the main hall. Gather yourselves and tell your king there is urgent business at hand. I am glad they show such enthusiasm for our cause.
Aye, it shall be light work to rally the forces of Caer Garenhir.
Since Gofannon was not able to leap the battlements himself, Ilbrek's horse brought them to the main hall faster than even Gofannon could run. Ilbrek gently plucked Coram from the saddle and set him down on the street outside the main hall.
Huh. The people of the city are very strange indeed.
They seemed more than pleased to support our cause.
Long live Prince Gwyn and his bride.
I do not believe it is our cause that brings them cheer.
Where is your king? Caer Garenhir is under dire threat.
Why?
The Foimiore march for Caer Garenhir.
Oh.
He can barely stand, let alone get his face out of his mead cup.
Ilbrek managed to squeeze himself into the hall and crouched behind Coram and Gofannon. Half of King Daffin's war knights were sprawled insensible beside benches covered with stained samite. The other half leaned on anything which would give them support, while some sat with mouths hanging open, staring at Ilbrek. They had been celebrating the marriage of the king's son, Prince Gwyn, to the daughter of a great knight of Caer Garenhir.
They are not prepared for war. They are prepared for nothing but a drunken slumber now.
King Daffin's face was red with drink. He was a fat, intelligent-looking man, but his eyes held little intelligence at that moment.
King Daffin! The Foimiore march in strength against you, King Daffin. Many hundreds of warriors, and most hard to slay they are.
I fear you overpraised the Mabden, Prince Coram. We must do what we can without them.
Wait!
King Daffin came unsteadily down the steps from his throne, mead horn still in his hand.
Are we to be slain in our cups?
It seems so, King Daffin.
Drunk. Slain without dignity by those who slew our brothers of the East?
Just so. And you deserve little better.
King Daffin fingered the great medallion of rank which he wore about his neck.
I shall have failed my people.
Listen again.
King Daffin made a considerable effort to understand, even throwing away the mead horn.
The Foimiore march for Caer Garenhir. They bring all their minions with them. The High King bade us seek the Golden Oak and the Silver Ram. But Foimiore will destroy everything to prevent that, starting with Caer Garenhir.
How many hours are they from Caer Garenhir?
Perhaps 3. We travelled rapidly. Perhaps 4 or 5. Perhaps they will not attack at all into the morning.
But 3 hours? We have 3 hours for certain.
I think so.
Rise! Gather the warriors and prepare for battle! The Foimiore march!
I begin to despair, Gofannon.
This will not do at all.
Ilbrek began to squeeze himself back through the doors.
Not at all.
King Daffin! This is not...
We must defend Caer Garenhir! The Foimiore march! Wake up!
King Daffin was fighting with his own disinclination to hear bad news on such a day as this.
Do not abandon them, Ilbrek! You see them at their worst!
But the huge black horse, Splendid Mane, had already leapt the battlements of Caer Garenhir's walls.
So he is gone. Plainly he feels he would best save his strength for a better cause. I cannot say that I blame him.
He is headstrong, like his father. But his father would not have left friends behind.
You wish to go too?
No, I'll stay. I've told you my decision. We are lucky to be here, and not fallen to the Pine Folk. We should be grateful that Ilbrek saved our lives once.
Aye.
Wake up! Wake up! The Foimiore come!
They stood blinking upon the battlements, their eyes red, their hands shaking, and they made much use of the water skins which the young lads brought round. Some were still in their formal wedding finery, and others had donned armor. Now they sighed and groaned and held their heads as they looked out from the walls of Caer Garanhir and waited for the enemy. Suddenly, one of the boys lowered his waterskin and pointed.
Yonder! I see a cloud! A cloud of boiling mist on the far horizon!
Aye, that is the Foy Miore. But many come ahead of them. Look. Look lower. See the riders.
It seemed for a moment that a green tidal wave washed towards Caer Garanhir.
What is that, Prince Coram?
It is the people of the Pines, and they are exceptionally hard to slay.
The mist moved towards us, but now it has paused.
Aye, that is how the Foy Miore always fight, sending their vassals to weaken us first.
Coram looked along the battlements. Coram turned away in grim despair. Other warriors were coming up the stone stairways now, knocking arrows to long bows.
At least these warriors, it appears, did not celebrate the marriage of Prince Gawain with quite the same abandon as the knights.
Aye.
They wore shining shirts of bronze mail, and there were bronze war caps upon their dark red heads. Some wore leather breeches, and others had mail leggings. As well as the quivers on their backs, they had javelins, and there were swords or axes at their belts. Coram's spirits lifted a little as he saw these soldiers, but they soon dropped again.
No matter how bravely or how well we fight this day, the Foy Miore remain. And the Foy Miore have the means of destroying all within Caer Garanhir's splendid walls.
Now came the pale green horses and pale green riders, all of the same shade, with pale green clothing and pale green swords in pale green hands. The riders spread out as they approached the walls, circling to find the weakest parts of the defenses before they closed in. And the sweet, nauseating smell of the pines drifted closer on the wind, and that same wind brought a chill which made all who stood upon the battlements shiver. King Daffin raised his long sword high.
Archers, let fly!
And a wave of arrows met the wave of green riders, and had no more effect upon them than if the archers had shot their shafts into so many trees. Faces, bodies, limbs were struck, horses were struck, and the people of the Pines did not waver.
Father!
A young knight in a long samite robe, over which had hastily been thrown a mail surcoat, was buckling a sword about his waist. He was a handsome youth, his brown hair unbound, his feet bare, his dark eyes dazed and puzzled.
Father, I'm here.
That must be Prince Gawain, the strength in his fellows.
He has the most to lose this day, but he must have come straight from his marriage bed.
Now Coram saw fire flickering in the distance.
Ah, Gaynor has come to war.
At the head of his Golek infantry, Gaynor the Damned lifted up his faceless helm as if he sought Coram amongst the defenders, his yellow plume dancing and his naked sword glowing sometimes silver, sometimes scarlet, sometimes gold and sometimes blue, the 8-arrowed sign of chaos pulsing on his breastplate, his strange armor glowing with as many different colors as his sword. Gaynor's tall horse pranced before the white-faced Golek infantry. Coram saw red, bestial eyes gleaming in 1,000 faces, and yet still there seemed to be more fire burning on the fringes of the Foy Miore mist.
Is this some new form of enemy I have not yet encountered, Gofalin?
I do not know, Coram.
The people of the Pines were driving closer, and from their mouths came the laughter. Coram had heard such laughter before when he fought Hugh Argek, and he feared it.
They now realize fully that they face the supernatural.
As long as each man controls his terror as best he can and prepares to stand against the brothers to the trees.
Every single arrow found its target, and now virtually every Pine warrior rode forward with a red-fletched arrow protruding from his heart. The warriors rode slowly and relentlessly forward. Some bristled with arrows, a few had javelins sticking completely through them, but their blank faces grinned blank grins, and their cold eyes remained fixed upon the defenders. They had reached the foot of the walls. The people of the Pines began to take on the appearance of strange, sharp-spined animals, so many arrows quivered in their bodies, and then they began to climb the walls. They climbed as if they needed no hand or footholds at all. They climbed as ivy climbed, green tendrils moving up the walls towards the defenders. One or two of the knights fell back, unable to accept this sight.
I hardly blame them.
And the first of the pale green warriors, eyes still fixed, grin still rigid, reached the battlements and began to attempt to climb over. Corum's war axe flashed in the sunlight, and its blade smashed the head completely from the first warrior he saw. That warrior he pushed backward, and it fell, but immediately another appeared, and Corum's axe again struck off the head. Green sap spouted from the neck and clung to the blade of the axe, spattered across the stones of the battlements as he drew back his arms to strike again at the next head. The people of the Pines swarmed up the walls in apparently inexhaustible numbers.
They were most likely tiresome, or parts of the defences were weakened, and I would be attacked from both sides.
But Corum did what he could. There came a momentary pause when Corum was able to look beyond the Pine warriors and see Gaynor ordering his Golech forward. They carried great logs in leathern harnesses which swung between them.
Gofannon, look!
They will try to batter down the gates of the city.
Mabden are not used to fighting sieges. I can think of no way they can resist the battering rams.
What? Why?
The Mabden have fought hand to hand for centuries, each man picking another from the ranks of his enemies. Many tribes do not even fight to kill. And while I believe this to be a Mabden strength,
in any fight with Foy Miore forces, it is a great weakness.
King Daffin, prepare your people for the appearance of the Golech in the streets.
But King Daffin was kneeling, his face gleaming with tears, beside the body of one whom a Pine warrior had just slain. The body was dressed in white samite and a mail coat.
Prince Gawain would not be returning to his marriage bed.
A Pine warrior ran along the battlements towards Corum. Corum swung the axe low and chopped the Pine warrior at the waist so that the torso toppled from the legs as a tree might topple. For moments, the warrior continued to live, the legs moving forward, the arms waving from where the torso lay upon the flagstones. Then it died and turned brown almost immediately.
My boy.
Do not weep for your son, King Daffin. Avenge him! Fight on, King Daffin, or you and your folk are surely lost.
Fight on? Why? What I live for has died. And we shall all die soon, Prince Corum. Why not now? I care not how I perish.
For love and for beauty, for those things must you fight. For courage and pride.
But even as Corum spoke such words, they rang hollow as he looked upon the corpse of the youth, and he saw the tears spring again into the eyes of the youth's father. He turned away.
They have begun to batter the gates.
On the battlements, Pine warriors were now almost as thick as the defenders. Gofannon could be seen, his huge bulk rising above a mass of the people of the Pines, his double-bladed axe swinging with the regularity of a pendulum as it chopped and chopped at the tree folk. There seemed to be a song on Gofannon's lips, almost a dirge as he fought, and Corum caught some of the words.
I have been in the place where was slain Gwendolen, the son of Cadow, the pillar of songs, when the raven screamed over blood. I have been in the place where Bran was killed, the son of Ewerith of far-extending fame, when the ravens of the battlefield screamed. I have been in the place where Lahai was slain, the son of Urtu extolled in songs, when the ravens screamed over blood. I have been in the place where Murray was killed, the son of Carayan of honorable fame, where the ravens screamed over flesh. I have been where the soldiers of the Mabden were slain, from the east to the south, how bravely they fought, where the ravens blackened the sky.
That is Gofannon's death song.
I have been to the graves of the Vada and the Sidhe, from the east to the west. United they fought, now the ravens are screaming for me!
The position upon the battlements is all but lost. To the hall, Gofannon! Fall back to the hall!
Gofannon looked at Corum with calm eyes.
Very well. My song is ended.
Everyone, fall back to the hall!
Together they were fighting all the way, the people of the Pines crowding in on all sides, fixed grins, fixed eyes, sword arms rising and falling. The knights and warriors who survived followed Corum's example. 2 knights escorted King Daffin.
My boy.
The all barely made the street as the timbers of the gates burst and the brass-shod battering rams smashed through. At length they reached the king's hall and drew the great brass doors closed, barring them. The signs of festivity were still everywhere about the hall. There were even a few too drunk to be roused.
They will probably die without realizing what happened.
Brands guttered, jeweled flags drooped. Corum and Gofannon peered through the narrow windows.
Gaynor is there, riding at the head of his half-dead army, the sign of chaos glowing upon his chest.
He will most likely concentrate his attack upon the hall.
So hopefully the people of the city will be reasonably safe for a while at least.
The Golech behind Gaynor. They still carried their battering rams.
And still the Foimiore have not moved forward. I wonder if they will advance at all.
They must know that Gaynor, the Golech, and the people of the Pines can accomplish the defeat of Caer Garanir without their help.
Even if by hard fighting the Foimiore vassals could be vanquished, the Foimiore cannot be.
Pale green faces began to appear at the windows, and stained glass smashed as the people of the Pines attempted to gain entrance to the hall.
Ready yourselves, men!
Again, the knights and warriors of the Tuhan Aguidane Garanhir ran to defend themselves against the inhuman invaders. Swords of notched and shining iron met the pale green swords of the Pine warriors, and the fight continued, while outside, the battering rams began to pound on the bronze doors of the hall. And while the fight raged, King Daffin sat upon his throne, his head upon his hands, and wept for the death of Prince Gawain, taking no interest in how the battle progressed. Coram ran to where at least 10 of the Pine warriors bore down on 2 of King Daffin's war knights. His axe was blunted now, and his fleshly hand was sore and bleeding. If it had not been for his silver hand, he might long since have been forced to drop the weapon. As it was, his arms were weary as he lifted the double-bladed axe to chop at the neck of a Pine warrior who was about to slide his sword into the unprotected side of a tall knight, already engaged with 2 more of the Pine folk. Several of the Pine warriors came at Coram then, and Coram took first one step backward, and then another, as they pressed him towards the far wall of the hall. Elsewhere, Gofanon was engaged with 3 of the warriors and unable to help Coram. The monarch prince swung the axe back and forth, up and down, and swords ripped his byrnie and found his flesh. He began to draw blood from a dozen shallow wounds. Then Coram felt the stones of the wall behind him.
I can retreat no further.
Above him a brand flickered, casting his shadow over the bodies of the Pine folk as, grinning, they moved to finish him. A sword bit into the haft of his axe. Desperately he wrenched the weapon free to strike at the one who held the sword, a warrior who had been handsome, but whose face was now pierced by 3 red-fletched arrows. He struck the axe deep into the skull, splitting it. Green gore spouted, the warrior fell, but he took the axe head and part of the haft with him. Coram turned and leapt for the ledge above his head, getting his balance and drawing his sword, steadying himself with his silver hand by clinging to the bracket in which the brand flared. The Pine warriors began to move up the wall towards him. He kicked one back, chopped at another with his sword. But they were clutching at his feet now, still grinning, cold eyes still staring. Desperately, he released his grip upon the bracket and seized the brand, plunging it into the face of the nearest warrior. For the first time, a Pine warrior yelled in pain, and his face began to burn, the sap sizzling from the wounds he had already received, but which had not appeared to harm him. The other Pine warriors began to fall away in panic, avoiding their blazing comrade as he ran about the hall, until at last he fell over the remains of another of his kind. The brown body caught too, and began to burn.
Get brands! Fire will destroy them! Take the torches from the walls!
And Coram saw that the bronze doors of the hall were bulging now, and could not last much longer before the onslaught of the Golech battering rams. Now, all he could still move was springing to the torches and tearing them down, turning them upon their enemies, and soon the hall was full of cloudy smoke, smoke which choked Coram and the others, sweet, pine-scented smoke. The people of the Pines began to retreat, trying to reach the windows, but the war knights of the Tuhan Aguidane Garanhir stopped them, thrusting the brands into their bodies and making them fall upon the bloody flagstones as they burned. And then there were no more people of the Pines, only grey ash and smoke and a sweet, nauseating stink. Here and there the jeweled flags had caught and were beginning to smoulder. Elsewhere wooden beams were burning, but the defenders ignored them as they massed near the front of the hall and waited for the Golech to come. And this time each surviving warrior, including Coram and the battered she-smith Gofanon, had a brand in his hand. Light began to show through as the doors were beaten out of shape.
You could see Gaynor through the gap, directing the work of the Golech.
One of the bars snapped and flew across the hall to land at the feet of the king, who still wept in his throne at the far end. The door tilted and began to swing inward. The Golech paused in surprise as a wedge of men came running towards them from the smoky gloom of the hall at Caer Garanhir, brands in their left hands, swords or axes in their right hands, moving to attack. Gaynor's black horse reared, and the damned prince almost dropped his glowing sword in astonishment as he saw the battle-weary, smoke-blackened, tattered force led by the Varach Coram and the she Gofanon rushing at him.
What? some still live?
Coram ran straight for Gaynor, but still Gaynor refused to do combat with him, turning the rearing horse and seeking to cut a path through his own Golek half dead so that he might escape.
Come back, Gaynor! Fight me! Fight me, Gaynor!
I shall not return to Limbo, not while the prospect of death awaits me in this realm.
You forget that the Foimiore are already dying. What if you outlive them? What if they perish and the world is renewed?
That cannot happen, Coram. Their poison spread and are permanent. You fight for nothing, you see?
Then Gaynor had gone, and the Golek with their cutlasses and their knives were lumbering forward, nervous of the brand fire, for fire had no place in the Foimiore lands. Though the Golek did not burn as the people of the Pines had burned, they feared the flames heartily, and were loath to move forward, particularly now that Gaynor had retreated, and could be seen in the distance turning his horse to watch the fray from safety. The Golek outnumbered the survivors of Garin here by more than 10 to 1, yet the war knights and the warriors were forcing them backward, hacking and stabbing at the half-dead warriors, shoving the brands deep into their faces so that they put up their hands to ward away the flames.
They retreat! They retreat! See how they retreat, Coram!
You no longer sing your own death song, Gofan, but the Foimiore have not yet attacked.
Valar! Theranos! Join! It is time! It is time!
Gaynor is riding back to the gates!
Rannan! Arik! Sling! It is time! It is time!
And Gaynor went riding through the ruined gates of Kaya Garanhir. His Golek crept behind him, thinking that he retreated.
For all that it shall be our only victory this day, I savour it greatly, my she friend.
And now, we wait for the Foimiore to come.
Aye.
Coram and Gofannon went out onto the battlements to wait and plan, but the Foimiore did not come, though it began to grow dark.
Do you see any change, Coram?
No. The Foimiore mist remains, and a few Golek are still milling here and there, mixing with the people of the Pines. But no sign that the Foimiore are preparing to move.
They are unused to defeat. Perhaps they are debating what to do next.
Perhaps they recall the spear Brionac and the Black Bull of Cronanis, which defeated them once and slayed their comrade.
Perhaps, now that they have seen their vassals driven back, they've become fearful that another bull comes against them.
Just as they avoid Craig Doan, it is possible that they now avoid Caer Malad because they associated with defeat, and now consider avoiding Caer Garin here for the same reason. Whatever makes the Foimiore remain upon the horizon, I do not care. I am glad for the reprieve.
Aye.
It gives the people of Garin here time for the dead to be counted, the wounded tended, the old and the children hidden, and for the gates to be shored up as well as possible.
They are cautious, the Foimiore. They are like cowardly carrion dogs. It is what has allowed them to survive so long, I think.
And Gaynor follows their example. As far as I know, he has no great reason to fear me, but it worked to our advantage this day. Yet the Foimiore will come soon, I think.
I think so as well.
The she-smith stood beside Coram and sharpened the blades of his axe with the whetstone he carried, his great black brows drawn together.
Yet, do you see something which flickers close to the mist? And do you see a darker mist blending with that of the Foimiore?
I saw it earlier, and I cannot explain it. I think it is some other Foimiore tool which they shall send against us before long.
Ah! Here comes Ilbrek! Doubtless he saw that our battle went well, comes to join us again.
They watched the gigantic golden youth riding the proud black stallion towards them. Ilbrek was smiling, and he carried a sword in his hand.
Oh, that is not his usual sword. No, that he still wears on his belt.
The sword he bears makes the sword of his belt seem crude and poor by comparison.
The sword in Ilbrek's hand blazed as brightly as the sun. Its hilt was all worked in fine gold, and there were jewels in it, and a pommel which glowed like a ruby, and yet was the size of Coram's head. Ilbrek tossed his braids and waved the sword high.
You were right to remind me of the weapons of Lloyd Cafanan. I found the chest, and I found the sword. Here it is. Here is Retaliator, my father's sword with which he fought the Foimiore. Here is Retaliator.
Ilbrek came closer to the walls, his huge head level with theirs as they stood upon the battlements.
But you came with it too late, Ilbrek. We have finished our fight now.
Too late? Did I not use the sword to draw a circle around the Foimiore ranks, so that even now they are confused, unable to move towards the city, unable to direct their troops?
So it was your work. You saved us after all, Ilbrek, when we thought you had deserted us.
Desert you? Leave what would be the last struggle between she and Foymiore ever to take place. I would not do that, little Varrock.
I know you would not, Ilbrek. Welcome back to us, and welcome too to the great sword Retaliator.
It still has all its powers.
Ilbrek turned the blade to make it blaze yet more brightly.
It is still the mightiest weapon ever drawn against the Foymiore, and they fear it, Gofannon. I drew this burning circle around their poison mist, containing the mist and containing them at the same time, for they cannot move unless their mist moves with them. And there they stay.
Forever?
No, not forever, but for a while. And before we leave, I will draw a defense about Caer Garan here, so that the Foymiore and their warriors will fear to attack.
We must go to King Daffin and interrupt his grieving, I fear. Time grows short if we are to save American's life, Gofannon. We need the golden oak and the silver ram.
Aye.
King Daffin raised his red eyes and looked upon Coram and Gofannon, who stood in the hall before him. A slender girl of little more than 16 summers sat upon the arm of the king's chair and stroked the king's head.
Your city is safe now, King Daffin, and will be so for some time. But now we ask a boon of you.
Go. I suppose that I shall be grateful to you later, but I'm not grateful now. Please leave me. She warriors bring the Foymiore upon us.
The Foymiore marched before we came here. It was our warning that saved you.
It did not save my son.
It did not save my husband.
But other sons were saved, and other husbands. And more will be saved, King Daffin, with your help. We seek two of the Mabden treasures. The Oak of Gold and the Ram of Silver. Do you have them?
They are no longer mine, and I would not part with them if they were.
These are the only things which will revive your archdruid American from the enchantment put upon him by the Foymiore.
American? Yeah, he is a prisoner in Caer Lud. Or dead by now.
No, American lives. Just. We saved him.
Did you?
King Daffin looked at the two with a different expression in his eyes. The despair seemed to fall away, as Foymiore's snow had melted when touched by the Black Bull's blood.
American lives and is free?
Aye.
Free? To guide us?
If we can get to Caer Malad in time, for that is where he is, at Caer Malad, but dying. The Oak and the Ram alone will save him. Yet if they are not yours, whom must we ask to give them to us?
They were our wedding gifts. They were the king's gifts to his son and me this morning, when Gwyn lived. You may have the Oak of Gold and the Ram of Silver.
American, our High King, restored to us. You say we had the means all along?
Aye, King Daffin, though I believe none knew that but American himself.
Here they are.
She opened the casket and revealed a model of a spreading oak tree, all worked in gold, and so fine as to seem completely real. And beside it rested the silver image of a ram, each curl of wool seeming to be set in relief by the craftsman who made it. A ram with great sweeping horns, a rampant ram whose silver eyes stared with a strange wisdom from the silver head. The maiden bowed her fair head, then closed the lid of the casket and handed it to Coram.
They're yours. If any joy can come of them now, please take them.
Thank you, kind and fair lady. And thank you, King Daffin. And now, we must go back to Caer Malad.
Tell American, if he revives, that we shall follow him in any decision he cares to make.
I will tell him.
Once outside the gates of Caer Garan, Coram and Gofannon joined their comrade Ilbrek, son of Manannan, the greatest of the She heroes. The fire still flickered around the distant mist, and now a peculiar fire had begun to sprout some distance from the walls.
The She fire protects this place. It will not last, but it will dissuade the Foymiore from attacking, I think. Now, we ride.
He stuffed the sword retaliator into his belt and bent to pick up Coram, who clung to the casket as he was lifted into the air and sat upon Ilbrek's saddle near the pommel.
We shall need a boat when we reach the sea.
Oh, I think not.
They had reached the beach before Coram became aware that Gofannon was lagging behind. He craned his head back and saw that the She dwarf was some distance off, almost stumbling now and shaking his shaggy head from side to side.
What ails Gofannon?
Now Ilbrek too looked back.
I had not noticed. Perhaps he tires. He has fought long today, and he has run many miles.
Ilbrek looked west to where the sun was sinking.
Shall we rest before crossing the sea?
The giant horse, Splendid Mane, tossed his head as if to say he did not wish to rest, but Ilbrek patted his neck.
Splendid Mane has slept for so long in the caverns beneath the sea that he is impatient to be on the move. But we must let Gafanen catch up with us, and then ask him what he feels.
Gafanen, what do you wish?
But Gofanen's eyes were glaring, and Gofanen's lips were curled back in a foam-flecked snarl, and the great double-headed war axe was aimed directly at Ilbrek's skull.
Ilbrek!
Coram flung himself towards the ground, managing to keep the chest containing the oak and the ram tucked firmly under his left arm. He drew his sword as he sprang upright, while Ilbrek turned in puzzlement.
Gafanen, old friend, what's this?
He is enchanted, Ilbrek. A Mabden wizard has put him under a glamour. Canatin must be nearby.
Ilbrek reached out to grasp the haft of the dwarf's war axe, but Gofanen was strong. He pulled the giant from his saddle, and the two immortals began to struggle upon the ground, close to the sea-washed beach, while Coram and Splendid Mane looked on, the horse severely puzzled by his master's behavior.
Gofanen! Gofanen, you fight a brother!
Looking up, Coram saw a tall man standing on the edge of the cliff, a tendril or two of white clinging mist above his shoulders. The world grew grey as the sun sank. The figure on the cliff edge was the wizard Calatin, in a long pleated surcoat of soft leather stained a rich deep blue. Upon his slender gloved fingers were jeweled rings, and at his throat a collar of jeweled gold, while his samite robe was embroidered with mystical designs. He stroked his grey beard, and he smiled his secret smile.
He is my ally now, Coram of the Silver Hand.
Thus the ally of the Foy Miore.
Coram looked for a pathway up the cliff which would take him to the wizard. And all the while, Gafanen and Ilbrek tumbled over and over on the sand. Coram began to run up a steep cliff path towards the wizard, his sword in his fleshly hand.
Allies for the moment, at least. But one does not have to be loyal to either Mabden or Foy Miore. Or she. There are other loyalties. Loyalties to oneself among them, are there not? And who knows? You could be an ally of mine soon.
Never that!
Coram reached the top of the cliff.
Never that, Calatin!
The wizard smiled and began to retreat slowly. It was then that Coram saw the mist behind the wizard, and he recognized the mist for what it was.
Foy Miore! One of them is free!
He was never trapped by Ilbrek's sword. We followed behind the main force. This is Sreng of the Seven Swords.
And the mist began to move towards Coram as darkness covered the world, and below on the beach, he could barely see the grappling of the two fighting Sidhe. And through the mist he saw a huge wicker battle cart, large enough to take one as large as Ilbrek himself. The cart was drawn by two massive creatures, which seemed most to resemble lizards, though they were not lizards. And from the cart now stepped a vast being, with a white body all covered in red, pulsing warts, and the body was naked save for a belt. The belt was festooned with swords, making a sort of kilt. Coram looked up and he saw a face which was human in some respects, and resembled the face of one he had known long ago. Their eyes were fierce and tragic. They were the eyes of the Earl of Crye, of Glandith, who had first struck off Coram's hand and put out his eye, and so begun the long history of the fight against the sword rulers. But these eyes did not know Coram, though there was a flicker of recognition as they saw the silver hand fixed to his left wrist. The torn folds of the mouth began to move.
Lord Sreng, this is he who helped in the destruction at Caer Malad. This is he who engineered this day's defeat. This is Coram.
And Coram put down the casket in which reposed the oak of gold and the ram of silver, and he spread his legs so that he stood firmly over the casket, and he reached to his belt, and he took his dirk in his silver hand, and he prepared to defend himself against Sreng of the Seven Swords. Sreng moved as if in pain, drawing two of his great swords from his belt.
Slay Coram, Lord Sreng, and give me his body. Slay Coram, and the Foy Miore will no longer be plagued by the resistance of the Mabden.
Again the ragged mouth moved. The red warts pulsed on the vast expanse of pale flesh. Coram noted that one of the giant's legs was shorter than the other, so that his gait was rolling as he moved. He saw that Sreng had only 3 teeth in his mouth, and that the little finger of his right hand was covered in a yellow mold, speckled with white and black. Then Coram saw that other parts of the giant's body, particularly about the thighs, covered by the swords, also had patches of this mold growing upon them. And from Sreng of the Seven Swords there escaped a foulness of stench, reminding Coram of long-dead fish and the excrement of cats. Coram could no longer see the fighting Sidhe in the dark below. Calatin was barely visible. Only Sreng, framed against the mist he must carry always with him, was clearly seen.
I do not wish to die at the hands of this decrepit god.
Sreng himself was already dying, as were the other Foimiore, of diseases which might take 1,000 years to kill him.
Sreng, would you return to Limbo? Return to your realm, where you would not perish. I could help you go back to your world, the plane where your disease would not flourish. Leave this realm to enjoy its natural state. Take back your coldness and your death.
He deceives you, Lord Sreng, believe me! He deceives you!
And then a word escaped the torn lips, and that word echoed the word Coram had spoken, as if it were the only word in human speech which the lips could form.
Your own realm awaits you. There is a way through.
A diseased arm began to raise a crude sword of roughly cast iron.
I cannot block any blow from that sword.
The iron sword swung down at his head and then struck the ground near his feet with horrible force.
Sreng did not deliberately miss me. This Foimiore is hard put to control his limbs.
Knowing this, Coram stooped, picked up the casket containing the oak and the ram, and ran inside Sreng's guard, driving his sword deep into the giant's shin. Coram ran under his legs and hacked at him behind his knee, where grew more of the disgusting mildew. Sreng began to turn, but then the leg buckled, and he fell, searching for Coram, while Calatin looked on.
There, Lord Sreng! There, behind you!
The chilling mist began to eat at Coram's bones. All his instincts made him wish to run clear of the mist and into the night, but he held his ground as a gigantic hand came hunting for him. He hacked at the sinews of the hand, and then another huge sword swung over his head, forcing him to duck, almost striking him. And Sreng fell backward upon Coram, his neck pressing the Varach prince to the ground, his hand still searching for the mortal who fought him with such temerity. Coram sweated to pull himself free, not knowing if any of his bones were broken, while the diseased fingers brushed his shoulder, sought to pluck him up, missed, and began to search again. The stench of the Foimiore's rotting flesh almost robbed Coram of his consciousness. The texture of that flesh made him shudder. The chilling mist robbed him of the last of his strength.
Oh, but at least I will die fighting.
Sreng!
Was that Calatin?
I know you, Sreng!
No. It is Ilbrek.
Coram had the impression of a huge hand coming down upon him, but then it seized Sreng by what was left of the Foimiore's hair and pulled the head up so that Coram was able to scramble free. Then, as Coram staggered back, still keeping his hold upon the casket containing the oak and the ram, he saw golden Ilbrek draw the great sword retaliator and drive the point deep into the Foimiore's corrupting heart. Sreng's last yell frightened Coram more than any of the previous events had done.
That was not a cry of pain. It was pleasure. Sreng found the death he longed for.
Ilbrek stepped back from the Foimiore body.
Coram, are you safe?
Safe enough, thanks to you, Ilbrek. I am bruised, that is all.
You have brains and great courage, Varach. You saved yourself, for I should not have come in time otherwise.
Calatin, where is he?
Fled. There is nothing we can do at present, for it becomes urgent to leave this place.
Ilbrek drew Coram up in the crook of his huge arm while he sheathed the sword retaliator.
Why did Calatin want my body from Sreng?
Is that what he asked?
Aye.
I have no idea. I know nothing of Mabden needs.
They returned to the beach, where the black horse Splendid Mane cropped at the grass of the cliff, its pearl harness sparkling in the light of the moon, which had now risen in the sky. Coram saw a dark shape lying upon the beach.
Gofanin. You were forced to slay him?
He showed every intention of slaying me. I remember what he told me of Calatin's enchantment. I suppose Calatin followed us, and came close enough to Gofanin to re-exert his sorcerous influence. Poor Gofanin.
Coram was full of misery, only now realizing the strength of his affection for the she-smith.
Should we bury him here? I would not like the Foimiore to find him. Neither would I care for Calatin to make use of his body.
I agree that would not be good. But I think it unwise to bury him, you know.
He placed Coram again upon the saddle of Splendid Mane, and he crossed to where Gofanin's body lay, heaving it up with some difficulty by placing Gofanin's limp arm around his neck and carrying the dwarf upon his back.
Whew! He is a heavy dwarf.
Coram was distressed by Ilbrecht's lightness of tone, but perhaps the giant simply hid his melancholy well.
Then what shall we do, Ilbrecht?
Take him with us, I think, to Caer Malad. Blast. Damned dwarf. The dwarf has me bruised all over, damn him.
Then he smiled in his golden beard as he looked down and saw the expression upon Coram's face.
Do not grieve yet for Gafanan the smith. She-dwarfs are very hard to slay. This one, for instance, has merely had his silly senses knocked from him for a while.
Oh!
Ilbrecht leaned back in his saddle, letting Splendid Mane take some of the weight of the dwarf. He held Gafanan's war axe in the same hand which held the reins, resting it behind Coram across his saddle.
Well, Splendid Mane, you carry 3 with you. I hope that you have lost none of your old skills.
Yet still we shall have to move swiftly to escape Calatin's power. And our boat was abandoned out there. How shall we cross the water?
Splendid Mane knows certain paths. Paths not quite of this dimension, if you understand me. Now, horse of my father, gallop, and gallop straight. Find the pathways through the sea.
Splendid Mane lifted himself on his hind legs for a moment and plunged towards the sea.
But
Ilbrecht was delighted by Coram's considerable astonishment as Splendid Mane's hoofs touched the sea but did not sink. Soon they were galloping out over the ocean, over the surface, beneath a huge moon which made the water shine, galloping for Caer Malad, galloping across the road, across the water.
You understand much concerning the 15 planes, Varach, so you will understand that this is Splendid Mane's great talent to find certain veins, as it were, which do not belong exactly in this realm, just as my sea caverns do not belong. These veins can be found most particularly upon the surface of the sea, and sometimes in the air itself. A Mabden would marvel and call such abilities sorcery, but we know otherwise. They make, however, a good spectacle when one wishes to impress the poor Mabden. We shall be in Caer Malad before morning.
The folk of the Tuhana Crem Croy looked with awe upon the 3 as they approached the conical mound on which Caer Malad was built. Gafanan was awake now and striding beside Splendid Mane.
It is amazing I can run at all, brother, with the bruises you have given me.
You gave me several in return, brother. He knows, Coram, that in reality I have saved both his life and his pride.
The golden-haired son of Manannan brought Splendid Mane to a halt beside the water ditch which now protected the citadel.
So this is Caer Malad. It has changed little.
You have been here before?
Indeed. In the old days there was a place near here where the Sidhe would gather. I remember being brought here by my father, shortly before he went off to fight in the battle which took his life.
Ilbrecht gently lifted Coram from the saddle to place him upon the ground. Coram was weary, for they had ridden all night over those strange, other-realm pathways across the sea. But he still kept the casket, the gift of King Daffin and his daughter-in-law, tightly under his arm. His mail coat was torn, and his helmet was much dented. The sword at his side was notched and blunted. He bore the signs of many small wounds, and when he walked, it was painfully and slowly. But there was pride, too, in his bearing, as he called for the drawbridge to be lowered.
It is Coram, come back to Caer Malad, bringing 2 friends, allies of the Mabden.
He lifted the casket in his 2 hands, the one of flesh and the other of silver.
And see, here are the oak of gold and the ram of silver, which will give you back your high king.
On the other side of the drawbridge waited King Monarch, Maeve of the Long Arm, and Jaria Conal, with his cat upon his shoulder and his hat upon his head. Maeve ran forward, kissing his bruised face, taking off his helmet and stroking his hair.
My love, my elfin love, come home.
Amergen is close to death, Coram. A few more hours and he will bleat his last, I fear.
She, brethren, you're welcome. We are much honoured. Coram brings fine, good friends to Caer Malad. How fare you, Coram? It does not look like your journey has been easy.
There is much to tell, King Monarch. I would eat, for I am famished, and doubtless my friends are hungry too. And I would rest for an hour or 2, since we have ridden through the whole night to be here.
But first, come, you must see Amergen and tell me what you think of his condition.
I should like to see what has happened to the Archdruid. We took so much trouble saving him.
I shall not fit through your tiny entrance, King Monarch. If you do not mind, I shall climb over the battlements and meet you inside the city. Splendid mane, I dare say, will be more content to graze out in the open.
Indeed, great she.
I must say, Gofannon, that horn of yours is a fine instrument. It served me quite well on the journey back with Amergan.
I am glad of it. Though now it only reminds me of the wretched powers of the wizard Calatin.
Inside the city, Ilbrek already stood waiting for them.
Caer Malad is as I remember it, King Monarch. It is a fine city.
My people have gathered, wanting to catch a glimpse of their hero. I am sure the wonder is all the greater to see a she as well.
I see none of King Fiach's people. Has King Fiach gone?
He had to leave, for there were rumours that the Foimiori marched over an ice bridge to attack his land.
The Foimiori marched, and they made an ice bridge over the sea right enough. But it was not King Fiach's folk they attacked. They went to Caer Garan here, and there we fought them, Gofannon, Ilbrek and I. But even as we rode for Caer Malad, the wizard Calatin led one of the Foimiori against us, and put Gofannon under enchantment once more.
We all still have the bruises for it. But Coram fought Sreng well, and Sreng shall trouble us no more.
You slew a Foimiore, Coram, so they can be slain by others than the Black Bull.
I helped slay one. A very minor one, a very ill one. But if it had not been for Ilbrek here, I should now be crushed beneath the monster.
I owe you much, great Ilbrek.
Maeve bowed her head to the she. Her thick red hair fell down over her face, and she brushed it back as she tilted back her head to look up into the smiling eyes of the giant she.
I should be mourning now, if it were not for you.
He's brave, this little Varach.
The golden-bearded youth seated himself casually upon the flat roof of a nearby house.
He is brave.
Amergan lies just off the main hall, but I fear you will not fit through our low doors either, Lord She.
I'll wait here until I'm needed. But you go, Gofannon, if that is fitting.
Gofannon left his axe standing near Ilbrek's right foot and followed after King Monarch, Maeve, Jaria Conal and Coram as they entered the king's hall and crossed it. The room was lit brightly with brands. No attempt had been made to remove Amergan's sheepskin clothing, but it had been cleaned. The High King lay beside a number of plates, on which various kinds of grasses had been laid.
We sought desperately to discover which would sustain him best, but none of them has done more than prolong his life by a few hours.
Here are the oak and the ram, King Monarch. They are our only chance.
King Monarch opened the casket and frowned as he inspected the two beautifully made images.
How are these to be used?
I know not.
Amergan did not tell us.
Then has your quest been fruitless?
I think not. I know something of the properties of the oak and the ram. There was a legend amongst our folk that they had been fashioned for a particular purpose when the Mabden race would be in great danger and there would be few she to help them in their struggles. I recall that there was a she called Oak Woman who gave a pledge to the Mabden, but the nature of that pledge I do not know. We must take the oak and the ram to a place of power, perhaps to Craig Dun.
It would be too far a journey. Look, life flees Amergan even as we speak.
It is true.
The High King's breath was shallow, and his flesh as pale as his woolen garments. His face looked old and lined, whereas previously, perhaps because he was untroubled in his guise of a sheep, it had seemed young.
Crimsmound. That is a place of power.
Aye, it is. At Crimsmound we summon you, Prince Coram, to come to our aid.
And perhaps there we can release the magic of the oak and the ram.
Gofannon tugged at his matted black beard.
Could you ask Amergan, Jaria Conal, if Crimsmound is a good place?
My cat reports that the Archdruid is too weak. To speak with him now would be to shock what remains of his life from him.
This is an irony I do not like. To be defeated now after so many deeds of courage have been performed.
It is as if he agrees with you, King Monarch.
His body trembling with sudden emotion, King Monarch turned away.
Our High King. Our poor High King.
Gofannon laid a huge gnarled hand upon Monarch's shoulder.
Let us take him anyway to Crimsmound, to that place of power. Who knows what will happen? Tonight the moon shall be at its fullest, and will shine upon the mistletoe and the oaks. It is an excellent night for the working of incantations and charms, I am told, for the fullness of the moon indicates when the 15 planes intersect most closely.
Is that why folk regard the full moon as having particular properties?
I have told Maeve something of the realms beyond the earth.
It is not simply superstition.
The moon itself has no power. It is merely, in this case, a measuring instrument. It tells us roughly how the different planes of the earth move in relation to each other.
Strange how we are inclined to reject such knowledge, simply because it becomes corrupted by primitive minds. A year ago, I should not have believed in the legends of the Sidhe, in the legends of Cremcroich, in the folk tales of our people, or in any of our old superstitions. And in a way I would have been right, for there are those who have an interest in using legends and superstitions for their own ends. They cherish such notions not for their own sake, but for the use to which they can be put. Poor, wretched people who cannot love life seek for something beyond life, something they prefer to regard as better than life. And as a result, they corrupt the knowledge they discover, and in turn, associate their own weaknesses with this knowledge, at least in the minds of others like myself. But the knowledge you have brought us, Coram, that extends our appreciation of life. You speak of a variety of worlds where mankind flourishes. You offer us information which brings light to our understanding, where the corrupt and the lost speak only of mysteries and dark superiorities, and seek to elevate themselves in their own eyes and in the eyes of their fellows.
Yet even when the minds are primitive and the knowledge corrupt, this can spawn a huge and ugly power of its own. And can the power of light exist without the presence of the power of dark? Can generosity survive without greed, or knowledge survive without ignorance?
That is ever the puzzle of the Mamdin dream. And that doubtless is why I am encouraged to remain in that dream wherever, in all the 15 realms and beyond, it manifests itself. But this particular dream will fade very soon, unless we find a means of reviving Emergen. Come, let us bear him swiftly to Crimsmound.
That evening, King Monarch, Maeve of the Long Arm, Jaria Conal, Gofannon the Dwarf, Ilbrek of the Sidhe riding on Splendid Mane, Coram, and all King Monarch's folk from the fortress city of Caer Malad took the near-dead body of the High King Emergen forth and bore it towards the forest where, in a glade, rose the mound under which, according to legend, Coram, or a previous incarnation of Coram, had been buried. A little faint sunlight lingered among the great trees of the forest, creating dark and mysterious shadows.
You have not looked well since we made preparations to come here, Coram. If I did not know better, I would even say you accompany us with profound reluctance.
At first, I thought I was merely both tired and hungry. That when I rested a little, ate a little, and spent a little time in the company of my lovely Maeve, I would no longer experience such silly feelings.
And what are these feelings that have evidently not left you?
I am beginning to realize that I fear Crimsmound Jari, even though it is the place I first saw when King Manach and his folk called me from their past, from Castle Aeron, from my brooding and my memories of Relina. Each shadow seems to contain more than rhododendrons and brambles, more than squirrels or foxes or birds. Curse my weariness for putting stupid notions into my mind.
I doubt it is weariness, Coram.
And then at last, the party reached Crimsmound in the Oak Glade. They reached the place of power. For a moment, as he entered the oak grove, Coram felt a cold enter his body, which was even more profound than that which he had experienced at Caer Lud. He felt that this was the coldness of death.
Coram? Go on, Jari. I am certain it is nothing.
Coram began to remember the prophecy of Yvain the seeress, whom he met on the way to High Braesale.
She told me to fear a harp. Well, I do fear a harp. She told me to fear a brother too. Does my brother rest under that hill surrounded by oaks? The holy place of the folk of Caer Malad? Is there another Coram, the real hero Crem, who will rise from the earth to slay me for my presumption? Was it Crem I saw in my dream when I slept at Craigdown?
The mound was a silhouette against the sinking sun, and the moon was already rising. 100 faces turned upwards to look at the moon, but these were not the faces of superstitious men and women. Each face reflected a curiosity and a sense of impending wonderment. They stood in a circle about the mound.
Come, Brother Ilbrek.
Then Ilbrek lifted the puny body of the High King in his great arms, and Ilbrek walked up the mound and placed the High King at the very top. For a moment, Ilbrek too turned his face up to look at the moon. Then he walked slowly back down the mound to stand beside his old friend Gofannon. Next came King Monarch to the mound, walking slowly up and holding the open casket in his arms. From within the casket gleamed gold and silver. King Monarch placed the golden oak at Emergen's head, where it faced the fading sun, and the oak shone brightly, seeming to absorb all the remaining rays. And King Monarch placed the image of the silver ram at Emergen's feet, so that the rays of the moon would fall upon it, and already the silver ram burned white and cold.
Save for their size, those two images could be a living tree and a living ram, so fine is their workmanship.
The gathering pressed closer around the mound as King Monarch descended, all eyes upon the prone body of the High King and the oak and the ram. Only Coram hung back. The cold had gone from his body, yet he still shivered, still fought the fear which sought to fill his mind. Then came Gorfanon the smith, his double-bladed axe, which he had forged himself centuries before, upon his broad shoulder, the gold of the oak and the silver of the ram reflected in his helm, greaves, and breastplate of polished iron. And Gorfanon walked halfway up the mound and paused, lowering his axe so that the blade rested upon the turf, and his hands rested upon the shaft. Coram smelled the rich and subtle scents of the trees, the brambles, the rhododendrons, and the grass of the forest. Those scents were warm and good, and should have lulled the sense of fear in Coram, but they did not. Still he did not join the throng, but remained at the edge of the gathering.
I wish that Maeve had not pressed forward with the rest, that she stood beside me to comfort me.
But none knew what Coram felt. All eyes were upon the figure of the High King, upon the image of the oak at his head, and the image of the ram at his feet. There was a stillness, as if nature itself waited to learn what events would now come to pass. And Gorfanon lifted his huge and bearded head towards the moon, and he began to sing, as he had earlier sounded his own death song, when he thought that the brothers to the pines would slay him.
Ancient were the she, ere before the calling, they died abroad in noble circumstance. Binding vows they made, stronger than blood, greater than love, to aid the Mabden race. In clouds they came to islands of the west, their weapons and their music in their arms. Gloriously they fought, and nobly died, in battle and in grief, honoring their vows. Ancient were the she, proud in word and deed, ravens followed them in alien realms. Ancient were the she, e'en in death they swore the fulfillment of all oaths. Chariots and treasures, mounds and caverns, are their monuments and their names. Of these heroes few remain to guard against the pines. The oaks are dying, unearthly winter slays them. Ancient were the she, brothers to the oak, friends of the sun, enemies of the ice. The ravens grew fat on she flesh, who is there now to aid the oak? Once oak woman stood amongst us, sharing her strength. Her knowledge brought us courage, and the Foimiore fell. The Foimiore fell, sunlight swept the west, and oak woman slept, her work was done. Sleeping oak woman smiled, safe against the snow. Her oath ensured, her word made her strong. The holy word was lost, 3 mighty heroes sought it. Gorfanon sang a song, the holy word was found.
None moved as Gorfanon's song ended. The she-smith lowered his head and rested his chin upon his chest, waiting. Gorfanon raised his head, listening carefully. Gorfanon turned to face those who waited.
The word is Dagda.
An awful shock ran through Coram's whole body and made him stagger, made his heart pound and his head swim. Jari O'Connell turned white-faced and stared at him.
Coram! Coram, what does that word mean to you?
I do not know, Jari. Nothing to my conscious mind. Coram! I have heard the harp before, Jari. It is the harp which sounded from Castle Aeron when I first came to Caer Malad. It is the harp I hear in dreams. Now only the tune is different.
The Dagda harp. I thought it stilled forever.
Coram felt that he drowned and sought to control his terror. He looked fearfully behind him amongst the dark trees, but he saw nothing save the shadows. And when he looked back at the mound, he was half blinded, for the golden oak was growing, its golden branches spreading over the heads of those who watched and emitting a marvelous radiance. And and Corum's fare was forgotten in his wonderment. Still the golden oak grew until it seemed to cover the whole mound, and Amergen's body could just be discerned beneath it. And all who watched were transfixed, as from the oak there stepped a maiden, as tall as Ilbrek himself, a woman whose hair was the green of oak leaves, and whose garment was the deep brown of an oak's trunk, and whose skin was as pale as the flesh of the oak which lies beneath the bark. And she was Oak Woman.
I recall my pledge. I recall the prophecy. I know you, Gofannon, but I do not know these others.
They are Mabden. Save for Corum and Ilbrek. They are a good folk, Oak Woman, and they revere the oaks. See, oaks grow all around, for this is their place of power, their holy place. Ilbrek is your friend's son, Manannan's son. Of the She, only he and I remain. And Corum is our kinsman, of the Valach race. The Foy Miore have returned and we fight them. But we are weak. Amergen, High King of the Mabden, lies at your feet, enchanted. His soul has become the soul of a sheep, and we cannot find the soul he lost.
I will find his soul, if that is your need.
It is, Oak Woman.
The Oak Woman looked down upon Amergen. She bent and listened to his heart, then listened near his lips.
His body dies.
Then Oak Woman took the silver ram from Amergen's feet.
This was the prophecy, that the ram must be given a soul. Now the soul of Amergen begins to leave his body and provides a soul for the ram. Amergen must die. But you must wait.
She placed the ram at Amergen's head.
Soul spade into the mother sea, lamb laden at the rising moon. Pause, soul, silence, lamb, here's your home.
Does that bleating come from the king?
He sounded so weak and frail. This is a lusty bleating, the bleating of a newborn lamb.
It comes from the silver ram.
The moonlight fell upon the silver fleece of the ram, and even as they watched, they saw it grow. The silver ram turned its head, and its eyes had the same intelligence which Corum had witnessed in the eyes of the black bull of Crinanas.
This animal, like the bull, must be one of a flock which the She brought with them when they came to this realm.
The ram saw the Oak Woman, and it ran to her and nuzzled her hand. Then Oak Woman smiled again, turning her head towards the sky.
Soul dwelling in the mother sea, leave your tranquil haven. Here's your earthly destiny, here's your home.
And the body of the High King stirred as if in sleep, and the hands crept to the face, and the eyes opened. And upon those blank features there was now written an expression of peace and wisdom, and where age had lined the flesh, there was now youth, and where the limbs had been feeble, there was now strength.
I am American.
Then the archdruid rose up, tearing off the sheepskin hood and releasing his fair hair so that it fell upon his shoulders. And he ripped the sheepskin clothing from his body to reveal a form that was naked and beautiful, and clad only in bracelets of hammered red gold. Amergen radiated both humility and dignity, wisdom and humanity.
Now I know why this folk has mourned for their High King so.
The High King put a hand to his breast.
Yes, I am American.
Now 100 swords flashed in the moonlight as the Mabdens saluted their archdruid. Even the She, Gofannon, and Ilbrek raised their weapons in salute. And many men were there who embraced each other in joy. The Oak Woman lifted her hand, and she pointed a white finger through the throng to where Corum stood, still full of fear and unable to join the others in their joy.
You are Corum. You saved the High King, and you found the oak and the ram. You are the Mabden champion now.
So I am told.
You shall be great in the memories of this folk. Yet you shall know little lasting happiness here.
I understand that also.
Your destiny is a noble one, and I thank you for your dedication to that destiny. You have saved the High King and enabled me to keep my word.
You have slept all this time in the Golden Oak. You have waited for this day.
I have slept, and I have waited.
But what power kept you upon this plain? This question has puzzled me ever since you appeared. What great power was it, Oak Woman?
The power of my pledge.
Not else.
Why should aught else be necessary?
And then the Oak Woman stepped back into the trunk of the Golden Oak and was followed by the Silver Ram. And the light from the oak began to fade, and then the outlines of the oak itself began to fade, and then the Golden Oak, the Silver Ram, and Oak Woman were gone, and were never afterwards seen again in mortal lands.
High King, let us bear you back with us to Caer Malad.
As the folk of Caer Malad returned joyfully back to their fortress city, many danced as they moved through the moonlit forest. There were broad grins upon the faces of Gofanin and Ilbrek, who was mounted on his black horse Splendid Mane, and only Corum's brow was clouded. Back in the great hall, the feasting began, and the drinking.
To Corum, who has restored our High King.
Their own good spirits clouded their vision. None of the others saw that Corum did not smile, and they slapped him upon his shoulders, and they honored him as much as they honored their own High King. So Corum, seated beside Maeve on one side and King Monarch on the other, drank a considerable amount of sweet mead and tried to drive the memory of the harp from his mind. Gofanin was seated next to Ilbrek, who was manfully showing no discomfort as he sat cramped and cross-legged beside the bench. King Monarch leaned across to the she-smith.
How knew you the incantation which raised the Oak Woman, Sir Gofanin?
Gofanin lifted a cauldron of mead from his lips and set it upon the table.
I knew no special incantation, King Monarch. I trusted to my hidden memories and the memories of my people. I hardly heard the words of the song myself. They came almost unbidden from my lips. I relied upon this to reach both the Oak Woman and American's spirit where it drifted. It was American himself who gave me the word, which in turn produced the music which, in its turn, began the transformation.
Dagdar.
Maeve was unaware that Corum shuddered at the sound.
An old word. A name, perhaps?
A title also. A word of many meanings.
A she name?
I think not, though it is associated with the she. The Dagdach led the she into battle on more than one occasion. I am young, you see, as the she measure age, and I took part in only 2 of the 9 historic fights against the Foy Miore, and by that time the name of Dagda was no longer spoken. I know not why, save that there was a hint that Dagda had betrayed our cause.
Betrayed it? Not this night, surely.
Gofanin's brow darkened a trifle.
No, not this night.
Joria Conal left his seat and came to stand behind Corum.
Why so pensive, old friend?
Corum was grateful that Jari had noticed his mood, and at the same time did not wish to spoil Jari's celebration. He smiled as best he could and shook his head.
Weariness, I suppose. I've slept little of late.
I told you, I do not believe it to be weariness. I noticed you lagged behind in the forest and were late in entering the King's Hall.
I heard words from Oak Woman which were less than cheering.
Ah.
That harp.
Oh, how I wish you would stop.
I recall hearing a similar harp when we summoned Corum at Kremsmount, and at Castle Owen, Corum, when we rode there once.
Aye, at Castle Owen.
A mysterious harp, but I, for one, am grateful to it, and would hear its music again if it brings us such great gifts as the restoration of our High King. To American, our High King!
To the High King! As King Monarch raised his mead horn, Amergan sat smiling and calm, but drinking little, at the head of the table.
Now we shall mass all the folk of the Mabden who remain. We shall build a great army, and we shall ride against the Foy Miore, and this time we shall leave none alive.
Brave words, but we need more than courage. We need weapons, such as my sword Retaliator. We need cunning, aye, and caution where it suits our cause.
You speak wisely, Sir She. You echo my own thoughts.
Amergan's old and yet youthful face was full of good humour, as if he were not troubled one bit by the great problem of the Foy Miore. He wore a robe now of loose yellow samite, bordered with designs of blue and red, and his hair was braided and lay upon his back. Corum finished a whole horn of mead and wiped his lips upon the back of his silver hand.
With Amergan to counsel us and Corum to lead us into war, I believe I am not foolish to show some optimism. We grow stronger, Coram. Not long since, our lives seemed lost and our race destroyed. But now...
Now we celebrate great victories.
Unable to control himself, Coram walked into the night, through the streets of Caer Malad, streets which were filled with merrymakers, and he went through the gate and over the turf towards the distant sea. And at last he stood upon the brink of the chasm which separated him from the ruins of his old home, Castle Aeron, which this folk called Castle Owen and thought a formation of natural rock. In the moonlight, the ruins glowed.
I wish that I could fly across that gulf and enter Castle Aeron and find a gateway back to my own world. There I was lonely, but it was not the loneliness I feel now. Now, it is a sense of complete desolation.
And then he saw a face staring back at him from out of the broken windows of the castle. It was a handsome face, a face with a skin of gold, a mocking face.
Doctor! Is it Doctor?
Below him, the sea foamed and leapt on the rocks at the foot of the cliff. He prepared to leap the gulf, to seek the youth with the skin of gold, to demand why the youth plagued him so. He poised himself, caring not if he fell and died. And then he felt a soft, strong hand upon his shoulder. He tried to shake it free.
Doctor! Let me be!
He felt Maeve close to his ear.
Dagdach is our friend, Coram. Dagdach saved our High King.
Coram turned towards her and saw her troubled eyes, staring into his single eye.
Put away your sword. There's no one there.
Did you not hear the music of his harp?
I heard the wind making music in the crannies of Castle Owen. That is what I heard.
You did not see his face? His mocking face?
I saw a cloud move across the moon. Come back now, Coram, to our celebrations.
Very well. Lead me back to Caer Malad.
And that was the end of the tale of the oak and the ram. Messengers went across the sea, taking the news to all. The High King was restored to his folk. They sailed to the west to tell King Fiacha of the Tuhana Mananan, and they sailed to the north, where the Tuhana Tirnambio were told the news. And they told the Tuhana Anu, and they told King Daffin of the Tuhana Guidane Garanhir. And wherever they found Mabdan tribes, they told them that the High King dwelled at Caer Malad, that Amergan debated the question of war against the Foimiore, and that the representatives of all the tribes of the Mabdan race were called there to plan the last great fight, which would decide who ruled the islands of the west. In the smithies there was a clanging and roaring, as swords were fashioned, and axes made, and spears honed, under the direction of that greatest of all smiths, Gofannon. And there was excitement and optimism in the homes of the Mabdan, as they wondered what Coram of the Silver Hand and Amergan the Archdruid would decide, and where the battle would take place, and when it would begin. And others listened to Ilbrek, who would sit in the fields and tell them tales he had heard from his father, whom many thought to be the greatest of the she-heroes, tales of the 9 fights against the Foimiore, and the deeds which were done. And they were heartened by these tales, some of which they knew, and glad to understand that the heroism, which had been thought to be the fanciful invention of bards, had actually taken place. And only when they saw Coram, pale and pensive, his head bent as if he listened for a voice he could not quite hear, did they consider the tragedy of those tales, of the great hearts which had been stilled in the service of their race. And at those times did the folk of Caer Malad become thoughtful, and at those times they understood the enormity of the sacrifice made for their cause by the Vadach prince, called Coram of the Silver Hand.
Coram, The Oak and the Ram is a graphic audio production. Copyright 1973 by Michael and Linda Moorcock. All rights reserved. Recorded with permission of the author. Production copyright 2016, The Cutting Corporation. All rights reserved. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Performed by Nanette Savard as narrator, Chris Genebach as Coram, Tim Getman as Gofannon, Bradley Smith as Jari, Thomas Keegan as Ilbrek. with Andy Clemens, Danny Gavigan, Nora Ashrati, David Jordan, Lawrence Redmond, Chris Davenport, Karen Novak, Gregory Woodell, Christopher Graybill, and Elizabeth Jernigan. Directed by Nanette Savard. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Casey Green. Quorum theme music by Peter Pavley. Additional original music by Peter Pavley and Dan Sondak. Adapted for graphic audio by Yasmin Toison. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. If you enjoyed Quorum, the Oak and the Ram, be sure to look for Chris and Karen Rowan's Playing Gods, available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net.
Graphic Audio proudly presents Brandon Sanderson's The Way of Kings, Book 1 of the Stormlight Archive.
Roshar is a world of stone and storms. Uncanny tempests of incredible power sweep across the rocky terrain so frequently that they have shaped ecology and civilization alike. Animals hide in shells, trees pull in branches, and grass retracts into the soilless ground. Cities are built only where the topography offers shelter. Outside those cities roam the towering beasts called chasm fiends, mountains of interlocking carapace the color of dark violet ink. Their twisted arrowhead-like faces contain mouths full of barbed mandibles. 4 wicked foreclaws are set into broad shoulders, each claw the size of a horse, in addition to a dozen smaller legs.
To arms! To arms! Archers, fire!
Distracted from the unarmed!
Meet your enemy, monster!
It has been centuries since the fall of the 10 consecrated orders known as the Knights Radiant, but their shard blades and shard plate remain, mystical swords and suits of armor that transform ordinary men into near invincible warriors. Wars were fought for them and won by them. One such war rages on the Shattered Plains. There, Kaladin, a warrior of great renown, has been reduced to slavery.
Well, why are you here? There are many reasons why I'm here. Failures, crimes, betrayals. Probably the same for most every one of us.
Well, perhaps I should ask a different question. Be more specific. That's what my mother always said. Say what you mean and ask for what you want. What's the story of you getting that first brand of yours?
I killed a Light Eyes.
I'm surprised they let you live.
Killing the Light Eyes isn't why I was made a slave. It's the one I didn't kill that's the problem.
In a war that makes no sense, where 10 armies fight separately against a single foe, Kaladin struggles to save his men and to fathom the leaders who consider them expendable. Bright Lord Dalinar Kholin commands one of those other armies. Like his brother Gavilar, the late king, he is fascinated by an ancient text called the Way of Kings. Troubled by visions of ancient times and the Knights Radiant, he has begun to doubt his own sanity. The winds blew across Dalinar, returning with them that faint familiarity he'd felt a few minutes before. Standing atop a peak, looking out at desolation, a sense of an awful and amazing perspective.
That's it. I did stand atop a formation like this. It happened during
one of his visions, the very first one.
You must unite them. You must prepare. Build of your people a fortress of strength and peace. A wall to resist the winds. Cease squabbling and unite. The Everstorm comes.
Your Majesty, What could he say? That he'd seen visions? That, in defiance of all doctrine and common sense, he thought those visions might be from the Almighty? Meanwhile, King Gavilar's assassin, Zeth Sansan Valano, Truthless of Shinovar, is drawn into murderous servitude once again.
I am required to tell you that you are holding my oath stone. So long as you possess it, you are my master.
What's that? Your master? What's that mean exactly, in precise terms and all?
I must obey you in all things, though I will not follow an order to kill myself.
You'll obey me? You mean you do what I say?
Yes.
Anything I say?
Yes.
Well, ain't that something interesting? Something interesting indeed.
Across the ocean, an untried young woman named Shallan seeks to train under an eminent scholar and notorious heretic, Dalinar's niece, Yasna.
I gave you leave to meet me, Mr. Var. I did not promise to take you on. The training and care of the ward is a distraction for which I have little tolerance or time at the present. But you have travelled far. I will entertain your request, though understand that my requirements are strict. Tell me, how extensive is your education?
Extensive in some areas. Extensively lacking in others.
Then we shall do an evaluation. Answer truthfully and do not exaggerate, as I will soon discover your lies.
But though she genuinely loves learning, Shallan's motives are less than pure. As she plans a daring theft, her research for Yasna hints at secrets of the Knights Radiant and their true cause of the war.
The result of over 10 years of planning, writing, and world building, The Way of Kings is but the opening movement of the Stormlight Archive, Brandon Sanderson's masterpiece. Now available in graphic audio.
This trailer is intended for mature audiences only.
Caitlin Strong, Book 1, Strong Enough to Die.
Something you gotta hear now.
That son of a bitch was there that night.
No, Caitlin, he wasn't. And now you got a certifiable psychopath who may be out to end your life in a hurry. Guess I got my work cut out for me.
No! Remember me? Don't expect you would, it being so dark and all that night in the West Texas desert. So let me refresh your memory. You ambushed me and my partner.
The Bahrain facility wasn't supposed to be on the list released to the new administration. It was private, after all.
They were all private, Clayton.
He's not real.
He is, señorita. You must believe me.
You've seen him? Met him?
No one meets him or sees him, but he's real.
You know who I am.
See, Jefe.
Some think I'm the devil, others God. Still more believe I'm nothing at all.
And you know this because...
The friends of mine he has killed because they failed him.
Like you.
Chuck! There was another man with us, an American.
And Clayton.
Sir?
Erase his entire presence, as if he never existed.
Who, sir?
Exactly.
Your dad be proud of you. Your granddad, too. First woman ranger, and a damn fine one to boot. I tell you that lately.
Can't hear it often enough. Oh, no. Don't you fucking die on me, Charlie Weeks! Do you know how I'm gonna do that? I'm gonna find the people who did this to you. I'm gonna find the people who tried to have you killed last night. I'm gonna make them pay for both of us.
I want you to keep looking at me, Arinche. I want to see the light die in your eyes when I kill you.
Caitlin Strong, Book 1, Strong Enough to Die.
Available now in graphic audio.
If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can select from over 900 titles and 60 series in either CD or high-quality download formats. If you would like to listen to an entire series, you can conveniently purchase the whole sets on CD or USB flash drive from graphicaudio.net. At graphicaudio.net, you can now earn loyalty rewards points, redeemable toward future online purchases. You can also get full mobile downloads directly to your phone or tablet with our new Graphic Audio Access app. Available on all Android and Apple devices, so you can listen on the go, anytime, anywhere. Call 1-800-670-5220 or visit www.graphicaudio.net. Be sure to sign up for our email newsletter, like us on Facebook, or follow us on Twitter.